order. Clerk, will you please take roll call?
Certainly. Councilmember Soria.
Here.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present. Next, we will have the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So the invocation is going to be conducted today by Chaplain Kevin Llanos from the Fresno Police Chaplaincy. So I'll ask everyone, if you can, to stand for the invocation, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this day that you've given us to come here and gather to serve this community and the citizens of this city. Lord, we pray for your guidance and your wisdom as we endeavor to do what is right and what is best for the city. We pray your blessings over this meeting and over every council member and city official. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Councilmember Chavez, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving on to the approval of the agenda. Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda that you would like to read off this morning?
Consent calendar item 1E, that is ID 22563, is a bill for introduction and is not subject to mayor's veto during introduction. Upon return for adoption, it will be, though. And the following items I have as removed from the agenda. That is 1A ID 22641 regarding approval of the minutes from April 21st. That will be on the next agenda, May 12th. And also item 1L, that is ID 22655 regarding actions pertaining to the COVID-19 emergency. That has also been moved to May 12th, 2022 by staff. And that is all the changes I have received.
Okay, I'm going to go down in order per council member. Well, actually, does any council member have any additional items they'd like to table or pull? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, item BB and item EE.
These are for,
To pull for discussion.
so BB is a boy.
BB, and then EE.
Okay, for discussion.
Yeah.
Any other council member have items they'd like to pull?
Yeah, Council President, I have a couple.
Sure. Just a couple, we're going to hold you to that.
Well, the mayor just added 2 more for the get-go. So you can thank the mayor's staff. 1C as in cat, 1E as in Edward, 1F as in Frank, 1G as in Gary, 1H, 1K, 1Q, 1R, 1U, 1Y, and I want to table the following items
Are you
to
kidding
the
me?
next meeting. 1I and 1J.
You might as well just sing the ABC song.
Yeah, sing us the whole alphabet. So I have 1C, 1E, 1F, 1G, 1H, 1K, 1Q, 1R, 1U, 1Y, and tabling 1I and 1J. Okay.
I'm just wondering what happened this last week that you didn't have the time to meet with the staff? Because this is,
We
not
had
to call it selfish, but this is a lot.
We had a council meeting last week. We had a special meeting yesterday, and I've had 3 community meetings Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, with the last one tonight.
Okay.
Councilmember Arias, I can't stop you from pulling these for discussion. Everyone has that right, but I will be limiting discussion on these items.
Just a question on one of my items I and J, the lobbyists. Is there any timeline with that, city manager?
My proposal is to table for the next meeting, to be clear.
Oh,
May 12th. I think we'll be okay
Oh,
as long
okay.
as we don't go past May
that's
12th.
true. It was only May 12th. Okay, no problem.
Okay, all right. I'd ask anybody if they had anything left to pull, but I think that's the whole consent agenda. Now moving to general admin. Anyone else?
Nothing left.
No, nothing left.
Did have one, sorry, since he didn't pull, I think he pulled a couple of my items, but I think it's 1R.
1R.
Yeah, 1R, pull for discussion.
That's been pulled already? Okay. Yeah, that was pulled.
Was that pulled?
Yes.
By Councilmember Arias. Yes.
Okay.
I was going to table 1I, but looks like that
And
is.
the other one, 1P.
1P.
Bingo.
Was it pulled off?
No, it was not.
Okay.
You guys can't help yourself, right? We got a nice, smooth agenda, and we got to find a way to drag it out till 6 p.m. Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll have
but
dinner ordered.
Public deserves to hear some discussion on these items. They're very critical.
Sure.
Like the Tower Theater, yes, very critical.
Let's not go 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on any one item. None of that.
Actually, one of them is the Tower District implementation.
It is 1P, the
Oh, good.
Absolutely.
Can we subpoena Lawrence again?
fun times, fun day.
Okay.
All right. So any other council members have anything else to pull? All right. I think we beat this horse dead.
And Council President, this is the clerk. We do have the Spanish interpreter in-house today. If she could do a quick announcement to let people know her services are available inside the council chamber. This is Amelia.
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and we'll pause and we'll do that very quickly.
Muy buenos días a todos. Tenemos servicio de interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español. Para poder acceder a la interpretación, véame allá atrás y le voy a poder disponer un dispositivo para que de esa manera escuche. Muchas gracias.
Okay, all right. Now that we pulled off all the items from the consent agenda, can I get a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
Motion. Second.
A motion, and a second. Any opposition to approving the balance of the agenda?
Yep, here. I don't like alphabet soup.
So a no
I'm
from
opposed.
one no from Councilmember Carbasi. Okay. Let's move on to ceremonial presentations. I would have limited these if I knew we were going to have to pull 18 items from the consent, but we have 5, and we'll start with proclamation for John Walker Day. That's going to be sponsored by Council Members Carbasi and Arias.
You guys want to come up? Come on up. Thank you so much, Mr. Walker, for being here. It takes a special kind of person to bring us together as a council. And it was, Joe Kita had mentioned, we want to do this for John. Will you and Miguel do it and keep it a secret? And we kept it a little too good of a secret. But we're glad, and thank you, Council President, for putting this back on the agenda. We are glad to have you here today. We got to see some of your wonderful pictures. We're going to show them again. But rather than me talk about you, we'll have Councilmember Arias, of course, go, and then I'd love to hear more about you.
Yeah, simply, John, I want to tell you that, sometimes working for the media and the press is not as popular for some folks. You guys have been under quite a bit of scrutiny and sometimes unfair attack and criticism. But nonetheless, your work tells a story about our amazing city. You've documented, buildings in my district that are about to collapse and are finally being revived with renovations, our mobile food vendors, and each time you find a way to catch just the right image and just the right angle to tell the sincere and humble story of Fresnans all across our city. So I want to say thank you for that, and I know the mayor wants to come in and give you a hug because he's a hugger. So come on in, Mayor.
Well, let's get the B family up here. Come on up, guys.
So come on down, and then we'll turn it over to John.
Yep.
Without a mic? You done?
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Come on in. Oh.
We do want to say thank
I thought they were both his daughters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words, John, about your work and your experience? You know, some of the pictures that really got me were the pictures of our newest Americans, children, immigrant children that are they're working and helping their parents out, and that's early on in the presentation. But please tell us, because we all see you, you're all quiet behind the camera, but you're actually capturing very, very special moments throughout our history.
Well, it's an honor to be here today. I never imagined this would happen. I thought I would quietly ride off into the sunset, but that hasn't been the case, and I'm truly honored by it. It's been an incredible experience. What I'm going to miss the most, I think, is connecting with the community, being out on these stories like you mentioned, and helping to make a difference, and doing it with mainly the still photography. And as we transitioned to video, it was another powerful medium. But I'm truly honored, and I will miss all of you and the connection that I've had with the community the most.
You're going to miss the city council?
Actually, it's been, it's always interesting to be
teasing. You're leaving at the most interesting time. No, but thank you. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree?
We're not done. Yeah, let me just say, John, thank you for the many, many years that you have served our community, and beyond working at the Bee, it's really a service to the community. The old saying that a picture is more than 1,000 words, in some cases even 1,000,000 words, and you've always captured the right moment. And I've worked your entire career when I was at the police department, and what I found when you were on scene, I don't care what we were dealing with at the time. It could have been a crisis. It could have been anything. You've always represented the Fresno Bee in a very professional manner. You've never, in my experience, done anything that tried to compromise anything. You were always humble, and really, you're an icon, and you really are. And I know you missed a lot in life when you were looking through that lens, and did not necessarily get to see the things around you oftentimes, but I want you to know how much we appreciate the photos that you have done over the years and the stories you have told through those photos. Greatly appreciated, so thank you very, very much for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And John, we're going to invite you back when we're finally done with Hotel Fresno, so you can see the after work.
Read it now, right?
Whereas a graduate from Fresno State's journalism school, Hanford native John Walker has spent over 3 decades covering the Central Valley in his career that spans over 4 decades. And whereas his long tenure in photojournalism, John's work has been reviewed nationally in Time Magazine, Newsweek, and Sports Illustrated. John's national recognition continued receiving several awards with the National Photographers Press Association throughout his career. And whereas John began his career with the Mesa Tribune in Arizona, which utilized his work and helped hone his photography skill. After 5 years in Arizona, John joined one of his photography idols, Ryan Miles, Marty, at the Fresno Bee in 1985. And whereas since 1985, John's coverage of the Central Valley, the nation, and even trips abroad have captured timeless moments throughout history. With a career spanning over 7 presidencies and decades of technological advances, John's mission remained the same: capture moments that communicate across language, culture, other barriers, and evoke a range of emotions. And whereas the Central Valley and the Fresno Bee has been honored to view John's work over the past 30 years and wish him great health in his retirement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and Fresno City Council members, do hereby recognize John Walker Day in the city of Fresno.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, John. I've only got one reporter's photo up in my office framed, and it's a picture taken by you, my first day as a council member with my daughter. So cherish that memory. Appreciate you capturing that and all the other different community events throughout the years. So next up, we're going to move down to the proclamation of Peace Officers Memorial Day. And May 15th through May 21st, 2022 is National Police Week. The sponsor is going to be the mayor and the city manager. Catch you off guard, Jerry. You okay?
You skipped one, but hey, I would really like to invite all the council down here. I think it's important that we all demonstrate our support for our men and women, and have members of our honor guard please come up here. And so we are recognizing National Police Week and Police Officer Memorial Day in advance, even though this doesn't occur, I believe, till the week of the May 12th. But there is a police memorial that is occurring on the 5th, and we wanted to do that in advance, so we are doing it today. And the reason I wanted the council to come down here is because we do stand in solidarity behind our law enforcement. There may be times when we debate different issues in law enforcement, but the reality is we all unilaterally appreciate the work of the men and women who are out there sacrificing their life day in and day out. And making those split-second decisions with limited facts, knowing full well they're going to be second-guessed after the facts by folks that are presented all the facts. And the dangers of that job of a police officer, having served in that profession, I know it all too well. There are times when it's more dangerous than others, but a police officer is a human being, and I think we all recognize that from time to time. They're going to err in their judgment or make mistakes, but generally with pure motives and heart. And so it is our opportunity today as a council and as the mayor of this city to be able to recognize them for their service to our community, for their sacrifice, for their dedication, for their willingness to put their life on the line. I've been to police funerals. I've been in the emergency room with police officers who are lying in there in ICU facing death. I've been with their families at the funerals and in the hospitals late at night, holding hands and praying with them. And what they do is something we should all remember every single day. They do it quietly, and they do it without a desire to be recognized like they are today. But I love them, and I know we all do as we stand here today. So with that, anyone want to make a comment here on the council? Be loved to. If not, Gary? What's that?
Yeah, I just want to echo the same thing. We may debate different things, but we all love our police officers and our law enforcement. Without them, we're not safe. They are on the front lines every day. We all know that. We recognize it. That's why we just passed the budget, a contract that reflects that. And so we thank you. We always thank you and greatly appreciate it, and we will always support you.
Yeah, no, I just want to echo those same sentiments. Thank you to our police officers for service. A couple of weeks ago, we named the Southeast Police Station after a fallen officer, Pia Vang, to honor his service, his legacy. And I think his legacy included serving our community, because at the end of the day, you live in our community, as Officer Vang did as well. And so we want to thank you for your service. We're going to continue to support our police officers.
Thanks, Luis. Councilmember Chavez, sorry. No, just thank you to all our officers. There were a couple of pictures that John Walker took. One of them was of a child being rescued. One of them was an officer with the peace sign in light of everything happening. And look, there was a lot of political rhetoric across this country, but when it comes to Fresno, we don't defund PD, we defend PD. And I'm very proud of that, and this entire council supports that. Thank you very much.
Yes, so I think the support you see from the council here and the mayor is reflective of the support you have across the city from residents. We're here to represent them in every capacity, from our votes to our actions and words. And so, again, on behalf of the city of Fresno, and all our residents, thank you.
Just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. We do go up there, we debate a lot, but at the end of the day, we pass budgets and contracts that reflect the value of not just the council, but our entire community, which, regardless of affiliation or background, we do respect and appreciate the services our law enforcement provides. I can tell you District 4 greatly appreciates our police officers, the men and women in blue that keep our houses safe, that keep our businesses safe, that keep our streets safe. I could tell you across the board, I hear that from all constituents, regardless of party affiliation, regardless of background, regardless of neighborhood, regardless of zip code. We appreciate you and everything that you guys do. Thank you so much.
I also want to express my gratitude to the men and women of our department who every day get up and protect our city, and not just protect our city, but are an important part of our community. This past weekend, there was a block party out at the Pleasanton Avenue area, and police was out there, and our community resource officers or service officers were out there, and I will say that our community appreciates that. Appreciates the work that you guys do, because you guys go beyond just making sure that our community is safe, but are engaging and really making sure that the community gets to know you guys at a very different level. So thank you so much for all the work that you guys do.
Well, thank you. Clerk, if you would like to read the proclamation.
Whereas, over the years, men and women from Fresno County's law enforcement communities have lost their lives in service to the citizens. As the Mayor and City Council of Fresno, we acknowledge the sacrifices made by the men and women of law enforcement, and whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week, and whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police department, and that members of the Fresno Police Department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the Fresno Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service, and now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, call upon Fresno citizens and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 15th through May 21st as National Police Week, with ceremonies and observances in which all people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered and dedicated service to their communities, and in so doing have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Be it further resolved that we call upon all Fresno citizens to observe Thursday, May 5th, 2022 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, in honor of those enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their community, or have become disabled in the performance of duty. And let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes.
All right. Appreciate you taking on that proc right now, Mayor. We're giving a little bit of time for our guests to show up, and now they have. So now we're going to move to the proclamation that was scheduled to go second, and that is the proclamation for the Connections Class Community Beautification Adult Transition Program, and that is sponsored by Councilmember Soria.
Good morning, folks, and I want to invite our special guest to come on up here and stand next to me. If you guys want to come on. You want to hold this? Awesome. You want to stand right here in the back? You're tall. You make me look short. So you guys want. So first and foremost, I want to welcome all our young adults and our students here to Fresno City Hall. Welcome to the staff, our special education teacher, Renee Wilkerson, our paraprofessionals, Donna O'Connell, Amanda Monroe, and Tracy Aoki Pules. To all our students who are here, you guys are many. Thank you for being here. So you may be asking, who is this group or this connection class, Community Beautification? Well, Community Beautification is a program that is instrumental in teaching essential skills such as listening, following directions, and working as a team. The Adult Transition Program is an important place of growth for students between the ages of 18 and 22 to continue receiving specialized instruction on skills to create a safe introduction into the Fresno workforce community. The curriculum within this program focuses on functional academic activities that take place within the classroom and the community, using their neighborhood resources to teach familiarity around the city. Why is this program so critical for the young people that are here? Well, it teaches them about resources so that they can furthering their knowledge of street and personal safety by ensuring public services such as the Fresno Area Express bus system. And it helps them develop skills for self-sufficiency so that they can be also members of this community. With the aid from the Adult Transition Program, they have access to employment opportunities like at Storyland. You guys may show up to Storyland and you may see one of our young adults there. Or other places within the local community, like in local churches. Program participants earn a letter of recommendation upon aging out at 22 years old. This letter is to give a well-rounded understanding of these bright and resourceful individuals on how they can make also a positive impact in various workplaces in our community. So I do want to take time not to just recognize the students, but also the staff who are really their mentors and their teachers in helping them really transition on to making sure that they are also having the best quality of life and really best experience outside in our community. So I want to thank all of you and look forward to continuing to support the programs and the resources that you provide our young adults. So would you like to say a few words?
And it's okay. I would actually say thank you to all of our students. It's definitely been difficult finding resources that we needed because of the pandemic and jumping right back into it. So this is one part of many parts to what they have to work on. So we definitely appreciate the support from the community and then, of course, the students. So we wanted to be able to give back to the community because so much of the community has given to us. So thank you.
Does anyone want to say anything? Any of the students? No? 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 Okay. Well, great. We have some shy folks here. No, but we do want to thank you again for all the work that you do for our young adults in our community, and also in return, what the young adults are doing to give back to this community. So thank you so much. It is great to have you guys here at City Hall. City Hall is a place where we make decisions every day that can help and provide support and resources to the work that you guys do. So thank you again for being here. And so, Mr. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas the Connections Class Community Beautification is an adult transition program that assists disabled young adults ages 18 to 22 in transitioning into adulthood by giving them the tools to be confident in their abilities as positive community members. And whereas the Community Beautification Program is directly aligned with the city's efforts to beautify Fresno, and it is a way to teach skills such as listening, following directions, and working as a team. Also, furthering knowledge of street and personal safety by using services such as Fresno Area Express bus system. Students take pride in developing skills for self-sufficiency. With aid from the Adult Transition Program, they have access to employment opportunities at Storyland to assist with janitorial duties, also working with local community churches to fill boxes of food for distribution. And whereas the ATP staff consists of 1 teacher, Renee Wilkinson, 3 aides, Amanda Monroe, Donna O'Connell, and Tracy Pules, and 3 administrators, Edward Robinson, Site Principal, Shant Avakian, Program Specialist, and Dave Pewley, Director of Special Education. The staff is instrumental in shaping the future of the program participants. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor and City Council congratulate the Adult Transition Program on their commitment to bettering the community and hereby proclaim April 28th to be Connections Class Community Beautification Adult Transition Program Day in the City of Fresno.
All right, fantastic. So our next proclamation is going to be a proclamation for Rodney Lowry Day, and that's sponsored by the mayor and the city manager.
All righty, thank you. If I could have Rodney Lowry please come forward. So Rodney Lowry, he was a Fresno police officer. He started with the department in 1992, and he was a K-9 officer for many, many years, part of the SWAT team, violent crime suppression unit, so he definitely saw his times of action. And he served very, very well in the department. Unfortunately, as a result of an injury, had to leave. But he came back to the department in May of 2007 and served as a police chaplain. He was the senior chaplain for the department, took it over, and actually rebuilt the program from where it was at a time when it was, quite honestly, failing. Rodney, as a result of his vision, he rebuilt the chaplaincy far beyond what anyone could imagine, certainly what I could have imagined at that time. He did some things that were very creative and innovative, not only in terms of how we go out and deal with issues in the field, for example, dealing with domestic violence cases and following up with the victims, runaways, making sure that when we did have runaways that they were involved in those cases and for a lot of reasons, which is why they created what's called the Stealth Program. And it was dealing with preventing our young people from getting into a life of being humanly trafficked for sexual exploitation. And Rodney's efforts in that prevented many of those young girls from being brought in that lifestyle. It also created RISE, Resilience in Student Education, and it was putting coaches, other chaplains and counselors in the schools at the first grade level, providing them advice, teaching them a curriculum in partnership with the Fresno Unified School District. And I can tell you, having conversations with some of those coaches, where they would tell me that students would come in on the first day and be very shy and very reserved, and then when they spoke, they'd be very filled with anger and hate. And the stories of them opening up and sharing with them why they were filled with that anger and hate because of the home life they had. And to see those children finally be filled with love, which is really a key opportunity to learning. And then he opened up the Resiliency Center for teens that had experienced trauma, and that program has exploded. And I'm very grateful for that. Rodney put each year the Support Blue Run on, which drew thousands of people to Woodward Park in support of law enforcement. And so really, I could go on, but I'm not. But Rodney Lowry is the real deal, and he's been a credit to the city of Fresno, the police department, and all of our residents. And the things that have gone on behind the scenes for our youth, we'll never know. We'll just never know. So thank you very much, Rodney, for that. If you'd like to say a few words, then we'll have the proclamation read.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that you mentioned a couple of things, because my wife has been pretty convinced over the last 15 years that I just sit and have coffee and book a lunch and enjoy my day. So I'm glad that you helped set things straight. That the truth is, over those 15 years, I've just been surrounded by a wonderful staff that did all the work and just kind of moved the ball forward when I asked the question, what if? Can we do things differently? And I do have to acknowledge, Mayor Dyer, you were the first one that I would always come into and just ask, what if? And you always gave me the green light to move forward, to try things. So none of those things that you spoke about would be in existence. We would not have made the impact over the years had you not had enough faith in me to say, yeah, let's try it. So I appreciate that. I appreciate my wonderful wife of 35 years who've just supported me in the ups and the downs and the difficulties and the challenges. So thank you so much. You're just such a wonderful person. And thank you, Council, for allowing me to be part of the city and hopefully make an impact over these 15 years. Such a wonderful city to work for, and an agency that is just so capable. I wish all of you knew the intimacy that I have and understand for the Fresno Police Department. You'd be so encouraged and feel so safe to be protected by these folks each and every night. So I just want to say thank you to them. They're special people.
Okay. Clerk.
Whereas Rodney Lowry joined the Fresno Police Department in September 1992, working as a K-9 officer and serving on the department's Violent Crime Suppression Unit team before his retirement in January 2000. And whereas in May 2007, Rodney returned to the department as the senior chaplain, a position he held for the past 14 years and 10 months until now, when he is retiring. And whereas Rodney grew the chaplaincy over the years, he created programs such as RISE, Resiliency in Student Education, which places coaches into first-grade classrooms under a partnership with several school districts, and Project Stealth, Stop Teen Exploitation and Liberate Through Hope, which pairs at-risk teens with mentors who create balance and stability in their lives. And whereas, following his passion, Rodney, in partnership with the Fresno Police Department, established the Resiliency Center in 2018, where individuals who experience trauma can seek mental health assistance. And whereas Rodney's employees have called him visionary, solution-oriented, proactive, and someone who always played offense in life. And whereas his demeanor made people feel safe and comfortable, and over the years he was always there to help in any capacity. And whereas Rodney has left a lasting legacy as a community leader, a man who constantly sought new ways to bring hope and healing to the city of Fresno. There is no way to estimate the number of lives affected by his leadership and the programs he has created. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council proclaim Thursday, April 28th, 2022 to be Rodney Lowry Day in the city of Fresno.
All right. Our last proclamation for this morning is a proclamation for Cambodia Heritage Month. That's sponsored by Councilmember Chavez.
There you go. Good morning. We can have Danny Kim and Dr. Sufikra please come up. So today we are honoring our Cambodian community here in the city of Fresno. And as, yeah, absolutely, we could have our folks come up from the organization as well. Please come on down. And as many of you know, our Cambodian community is a critical and important piece to the beautiful mosaic that we have of diversity here in the city of Fresno. And when you look at the history of Fresno, and I just want to share a little tidbit of how I was introduced to the Cambodian community as a young man. I remember reading about the killing fields in Cambodia. And as we know, that was when the Khmer Rouge came into power with Pol Pot, and there was a need for a lot of our folks to immigrate to the United States. And as Fresno does with our immigrant community, we welcome them with open arms. But we know a lot of what happened over there, the genocide in Cambodia was something that affected our community. But even with that, even with the atrocities that occurred over that, I think the resiliency of our Cambodian community to come to a new country, to be police officers, to be business owners, to be doctors, to be dentists, to be firefighters, I think is a testament to the community's strength and resiliency here in the city of Fresno. And I just want to highlight a couple of things because I think they go oftentimes unannounced, and I know that Dr. Sorica does a lot of work very quietly, but he does a lot of scholarships for our students. They do a lot of work when a natural disaster happens elsewhere. They were big supporters and donors of the Haiti earthquake effort. So this community actually has come together to help each other, but to also help other communities in times of need. And we wanted to bring them today and one, honor them for their work, their commitment, and their really passion for our city. And then two, also to remember the genocide that occurred over there. So with that, I'm gonna let Dr. Sorica, if you wanna say a few words, and then Danny.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Miss, and our city council member. I could not say anything right now. I'm shocked right now, nervous. I'm thankful for allowing me to come here. City council Louis Charvet that I knew a long time. Yeah, then me as was chief before. Yes. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sorica. Will it, Danny, Kim, are you a captain now? No. I think we just promoted him. Danny, if you want to say a few words too.
First and foremost, thank you so much to council, and specifically Council Member Luis Chavez for allowing us to be here, and the mayor for supporting the Cambodian community all along. You can see standing beside me, these folks survived the Khmer Rouge regime, including myself. We came here with nothing, and they continue to serve the community, brings back, and also maintain the culture even though we're here. And I think this is important to them, and I know it's important to them because they took the time off to be here today to receive this. I'm here supporting them as well, and they will continue to support our community, the Cambodian Buddhist Society over at Valentine and Clinton, and also Ratana Mandal Temple over at North and Chestnut. Mr. Sapetra Nu, to my right, he helped the Cambodian community with the funeral expenses, coordinate a lot of events, and I think he plays a major role. When I first came to Fresno in 1998, when I got hired with Fresno PD, he was the first organization that welcomed me and allowed me to speak at graduation on a regular basis since 1998. So thank you again for allowing us the opportunity to be here. Thank you, sir.
I just want to express my appreciation for the Cambodian community, for all of you that have contributed to our community over the years, folks that have unfortunately had to suffer a lot of tragedy. And I know just knowing the stories of Danny when he came over, but the tragedies, and then to be overcome the things that you faced here, but to become so successful. And we're grateful that you are a part of this very diverse community, and appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
City Clerk, if we could please read the proclamation.
Whereas the city of Fresno recognizes the numerous contributions of Cambodians to our great city, and whereas the Cambodian people have a long and rich history, vibrant language, and ancient culture dating back 4,000 years, including the temples of Angkor, and whereas on April 17, 1975, the Khmer Rouge seized control of Cambodia, beginning the Cambodian genocide, where from 1975 to 1979, approximately 1.7 million people, 21% of the entire Cambodian population, lost their lives. And whereas, after 1979, Cambodian refugees and immigrants came to the United States to escape war and genocide, including resettling in Fresno, California. And whereas April serves as a time to remember those lost in the Cambodian genocide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim April 28, 2022 to be Cambodian Heritage Month in the city of Fresno.
Fantastic. We're going to move on to one more ceremonial. Not a proclamation, but it is the announcement of our spring employee of the quarter recipients. And City Clerk, I'm going to let you take that away and make sure we give those folks recognition.
So the employees of the quarter I'm about to name were selected by their peers, the peers in their departments, because they demonstrate the qualities and values that make them stand out and make us proud to have them representing the city of Fresno. We truly thank you for your dedication and for the excellent service you provide to the people of this city. In the Code Enforcement and City Attorney's Office, we have Account Auditor 2, Olga Grinko, and Senior Paralegal, Jennifer Davis. In the Office of the City Clerk, Central Print Division, we have Services Aide Susan Mack. In the City Manager's Office, Executive Assistant Tony Machado. In the Department of Public Utilities, Geographic Information Systems Specialist Brandon Legoo. Supervising Engineering Technician Patricia Deep. Senior Treatment Plant Operator Eddie Lopez. And in the Public Works Department, Graffiti Abatement Technician Todd Twitchell. Business Manager Maddie Morse. Irrigation Specialist Robert Cabada. And Engineer 1 Christian Mendoza. In the Transportation Facts Department, we have Bus Driver Ronald Cordova. Body and Fender Repairer Lead Kinsey Thompson. Body and Fender Repair Mike Stevens. Body and Fender Repairer George Arabian. Sorry about that, George. Finance and UB&C. Procurement Supervisor Sandra Gamez. And Customer Service Clerk 2, Janet Owens Ronzano. In the Fire Department, Management Analyst Noemi Rogers Rodriguez. In the Information Services Department, Network Systems Specialist Ryan Brunkhorst. In the Police Department, Police Officer Shane Diaz. Detective Grant Bradford. Detective Wardell Anderson. And Computer Systems Specialist 3, Paul Hillman. In the Personnel Department, Senior Human Resources Risk Analyst Aaron Evans. In the Planning and Development Department, Executive Assistant Sherry Vick. And Senior Customer Service Clerk Rebecca Garcia. And finally, in the Parks Department, Recreation Specialist George Martinez and Area Operations Manager David Mike Carbajal. Thank you for your service, guys.
Yes, we're obviously from, on behalf of the City Council and the leadership here at the city, we want to thank all of our great employees, and congratulations to our spring Employee of the Quarter recipients, the folks holding the city together every day in all different corners in all departments. So again, thank you.
Council President, I just wanted to thank you so much for recognizing the employees, and I have nothing to add other than what you just said. Thank you to all of the city employees. We couldn't do anything without all of you, so thank you, thank you. Congratulations.
Fantastic. Okay, we are moving on now to council member reports and comments. I'll go ahead and take those in order, starting with District 1.
Couple comments. One, I want to thank all the folks that came out to the Pleasant Avenue block party last weekend. We want to thank our central PD for coming out and actually organizing. I think Arlene Medina was really the lead behind getting everyone together. Also the Housing Authority for organizing all the different, helping organize the event and bringing a lot of vendors out there. There's a tremendous need in this community, and so just glad to see all the families and kids come on out and enjoy a very nice day with music, food, and a lot of resources. Also just want to recognize and congratulate our District 1 young council members. They've completed their 6-month program. These are students from Fresno High, Central High East Campus, Justin Garza High, and Design Science Middle College High School that came together on a monthly basis to learn about government, business, technology, the arts, public health, and also law enforcement. So we want to congratulate them. There were 16 this year, and we get to celebrate them at the Chichensi Ballpark. For many of them, it will be their first visit to the ballpark, and our office is hosting it graciously with a lot of community partners. I do want to thank the Fresno County Office of Education for partnering with us and all those generous sponsors who have helped make this leadership program a success. This is my final year, and so I'm so excited that this year we were able to work with 16 young people in the city of Fresno. And I just want to thank all our staff that are part of the tree trimming crews out in the city of Fresno. For those residents that live in the Blackstone, McKinley, Maroa, and Olive neighborhood, these trees have gone for many decades without being trimmed, so we're happy that we're actually getting them trimmed right now as we speak. So we want to thank all the crew members for doing the work. It is expected to be completed by May 2nd. So just want to thank all the staff for getting this done. Thank you.
District 2, Councilmember Carbasi. We'll circle back to him. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick update. Tonight I have my 4th and final budget meeting, neighborhood budget meeting. I do a neighborhood budget meeting in Central Unified, West Fresno, downtown, and in Tower District every year before the budget is published. So I hear directly from my residents on their wish list of items that they would like us to address. The turnout has been great. I did use my credit card, Councilmember Butterfield, for burritos and water, so that will appear in the future audit. And residents appreciate the food on the evening meeting. But with that said, today I have my last meeting at Central Unified at Tilly Elementary. And Mayor and City Manager, I assure you that the #1 issue for us in that meeting will be the Valentine and Shields encampment that continues to grow. I know it's county, city, irrigation district, private property. It's a whole mixture. It's as complex as they get. I did have my West Fresno meeting a couple of days ago, and there was, I think we spent half the meeting discussing one encampment in the middle of a residential neighborhood, which we're working on with the city staff and everyone involved. So thank you for the work. Mayor, I did get a request in my downtown meeting related to the small business facade program in Chinatown. I know it's been a while since we allocate the money, but if we can get an update on where we're at with that program, the Chinatown business owners are very interested in participating. And just FYI, we still don't have a garbage compactor in downtown, so I know it's been on the broken record list. But progress on that would be very helpful and address some of the issues that they've had in downtown Fresno for a while. And then last comment and reminders, this week on Friday we'll be doing 559 Night Market in Chinatown, free admission, a lot of food trucks, a lot of community gatherings, so please show up. And we are proceeding with the installation of the new lights at Hinton Park. Thank you to the Parks Department. That's been an issue for the community for quite some time. And lastly, I just wanted to point out that in yesterday's meeting in Tower District, we were at the Tetsu Wells Community Center, and kudos to the Parks Department, City Manager, Mayor. That place looks great. I mean, the grass is green, the facility is well maintained, and for the public, starting this June, the neighborhood will get the green space back, because the charter school is moving out, and those portable classrooms that have taken up the green fields for decades are finally going to be returned to a neighborhood. But I do want to appreciate the fact that the Parks Department has kept that facility in top condition, and it's an amazing facility that we plan to make major improvements on in the future. So with that, thank you, Council President.
All right. Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just want to, for the benefit of the public, and thank the mayor and the administration. We have the Great American Cleanup coming up this weekend. There are a couple of sites that are going to be available for folks to volunteer and come out and help out. We're doing one on Kings Canyon, Ventura. I think that'll go a long ways in making sure that we not only clean our streets, but bring a lot of our folks that are looking for volunteer opportunities, and this is something I think that'll be very important for the city to continue. So I want to thank the administration for coordinating that. Our District 5 folks, if anybody has any questions, you can email us. We have 3 sites in Southeast Fresno that we're going to be working in Saturday morning. So we invite everybody to come out and help and pitch in and beautify Fresno and be part of the Great American Cleanup. Just a very quick update. Last weekend, the mayor and myself and our team flew to Guadalajara and signed the Sister City Agreement. It was a very warm welcome by the officials over there. This has been something that had been in the works for about 4 years now, and we finally were able to sign the agreement with them. So I think what our residents can expect from that is additional partnerships with them with regards to their arts, their culture, economic development. We had an opportunity to tour their, we call it their version of Bitwise, and I think that has a lot of potential just for a partnership that I think can grow in the near future. On a somewhat related note, and this was the most interesting experience, somebody actually recognized Mayor Dyer from Fresno in downtown Guadalajara, which was an interesting sight to see. But I guess the mayor is international now, so international star
They
out
thought
there.
he was Pitbull.
And
It's all the TikToks.
One of them might have been a person that he might have arrested back in the day. So Mayor, your congratulations. You're now an international figure out there. But no, in all kidding aside, you did a really good job in making sure that Guadalajara felt like they have a partner in us. I think there's a lot of similarities. They have a lot of produce, vegetables, fruits, commodities that I think would benefit our processing plants. As you know, we have a hub of food processing and packing houses here in the Central Valley, and I think that exists in that partnership. So next couple of months, we're going to be working on that partnership, and then a couple weeks previous to that, I know Fresno State and one of my colleagues had an opportunity to go over there and set up the partnership for not just the Mariachi Festival, but also the, I don't know what to call it, the art that cover the street. I think that's the town that manufactures those, and I think that will be great for our community. What was interesting also is to see that those international flights are sold out every single time. And we have quite a bit of a busy international airport. I think that's putting Fresno on the map, and I know we're going to be working towards that official port of entry designation that we know will help our airport grow and hopefully in the near future be more international than it already is. And I think that complements the investments that the city has been making in making sure we build that international terminal. So stay tuned for more news on that partnership. And so with that, I yield my time back. Thank you, Council President.
Well, Councilmember Chavez, I think the public really wants to know, ¿cuántos tacos comieron en Guadalajara?
Well, I would say Mayor Dyer ate at least 25 tacos. I won't talk about the tequila, Mayor.
It was not the tacos, it was the tequila.
Okay, yeah. Tacos follow, always.
And I'm not willing to disclose how many I ate.
All right.
Did you use your credit card, though?
Yeah.
Actually, I used Councilmember Bredefeld's credit card.
Yeah, so that's actually Councilmember Bredefeld's
wouldn't
cue. Councilmember Bredefield? No? Okay. Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of quick updates. Just want to do a recap and a thank you. Last Friday, as I've mentioned before, we're planting 500 trees across District 4. Many of our corridors and our major business sections and neighborhoods have gone blighted for several decades. Trees have died, been removed, never been replaced. And so we have been planting 500 trees over District 4. This is separate from our 1,000 tree guarantee. And last week we planted several trees over at Vinland Park off of Gettysburg by Vinland Elementary. So I do want to thank our Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre, our Public Works Director, Scott Mosier, Erica Palayo with our Public Works team, and of course, CEO of Tree Fresno, Mona Cummings, for donating those trees. We had our Manchester Gate 5th graders come out, recite poetry. I don't know if anybody here remembers Peach Blossom. When I was a little kid, used to go to Fresno State every year because my mom forced me and recite poetry. And I thought it would be a nice tradition to bring back to District 4. And so we had the 5th graders come out, recited some poetry, we planted some trees. We'll be doing the same thing next Friday at University Park. We'll have the same partners. We'll have some refreshments. We'll have some goodies for the kids. We'll have some more trees to plant. So I encourage anybody that wants to come out and join us to plant some trees to do so next Friday, University Park at 4 p.m. I also had the opportunity this last Saturday to attend the Adult Health Care Center located at the Fresno Center off of Kings Canyon. I appreciate the invitation from Pao Yang, the CEO over there. This is a really great opportunity, not just for Southeast Fresno, but really the entire city as a whole. They'll be providing holistic health care for many of our underserved communities across the city, and again, really be a vital service for many people living here in Fresno. And lastly, City Manager, I just want to address something that I had brought up last council meeting. We had discussed an issue that we had out there at Vinland Park where I spoke with folks from the Hmong community that felt that they were being disenfranchised by some signage that went up. Those were our volleyball players. And I do appreciate you hearing me out on that, as well as our Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre. I understand the intention behind it, and I think we also understand now the insensitivity behind it. We took the signs down last week. We're going to be having a meeting this upcoming Monday with myself, our Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre, Sandra Lee with the Office of Community Affairs, Meyer Vang with the Measure P Commission, Li Fong Mua Vengsu with District 7, who also plays volleyball out there at Vinland Park, to talk about how we don't let things like this happen again, where certain folks in our community feel disfranchised, feel like they're not welcome. And we're also going to be talking about ways that we could repurpose the current courts out there to accommodate our volleyball players permanently going forward, as well as maybe putting up some infrastructure surrounding the existing court to facilitate volleyball games if the existing 2 courts are taken up. So I couldn't have done that without the help of our city manager and, of course, Aaron Aguirre, our Parks Director. Like I mentioned, we will be meeting next Monday. And then I plan on going back out to Vinland to speak with the community, let them know some of the updates and get some more feedback. But we are committed to working with the Hmong community to make sure that everybody from every background, regardless of your race, ethnicity, you feel welcome at every single park here in the city of Fresno, especially my District 4 parks. That is really important to me. And I appreciate the issue being brought up, and I appreciate the support of city staff to help me work past that. I'll yield my time. Thank you, Council President.
All right, that brings us to District 7. I want to thank everyone again who participated in yesterday's special session meeting on housing. Again, I think it was not our first foray into housing, but certainly the beginning of the next phase of the conversation. So again, appreciate everyone who participated, whether you're on the dais or came out and made time from your day from the public. Last Saturday, we had the privilege of attending a ribbon cutting of the Fresno Center's Adult Day Healthcare Center. So I want to congratulate them on progress made on that facility. That was a long time in the making and took a lot of folks coming together. There are only 7 of these Adult Day Healthcare Centers within the entire county. So obviously the need is great, and again, we appreciate the efforts on the part of the Fresno Center and all their partners for making that facility happen in District 7. Going forward, in terms of prospective events and things coming up, CTEC High School, Career Technical Education Charter High School, It's a high school we opened up in District 7 back when I served the district on the Fresno County Board of Education. We're really excited because we started taking in the first set of students at that time, and now they're graduating seniors this spring. And so we'll be celebrating to that effect the 4-year anniversary of CTEC in District 7 tomorrow. I'm very much looking forward to that. And of course, continue to thank the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools and this staff for their efforts in making that a successful program for students here in Fresno, and particularly in District 7. Also this weekend, I'm going to join some of our new neighbors in District 7 in the Jackson neighborhood. They've asked me to be dunk tanked, so I'll be suiting up and ready.
Is there what time I'll be there?
Oh man!
Is there enough water? Are we in a drought?
Tyler wrapped me into one of those too.
Hey, we had a line going a block long to dunk the mayor out at Vinland, so.
Yeah, so I told them I'd rather be, eating and talking to neighbors, but they said they want me to dunk tank, so that's where I'm going to be. So again, I want to thank our neighbors in the Jackson neighborhood for organizing this Play Streets event and for their efforts just for the neighborhood in general. Busy weekend because Asian Fest is also back at Fresno City College in District 7. District 7 will be there presenting a proclamation. And if you have never checked out Asian Fest, I encourage you to see for yourself. It's really a great celebration of Asian culture and talent in our community. So a very busy weekend. There's events all across the city. It's almost as if we've been locked up for 2 years, and everyone's coming out again. Lastly, here on the agenda, we'll be passing a resolution reestablishing, really, the City of Fresno's Women's Commission. So I want to thank Councilmember Soria for co-sponsoring that legislation with myself. I want to thank the state's Commission on the Status of Women and Girls for the grants that was awarded to the City of Fresno. And so that gives us kind of some seed capital there to get this commission going and up and running. So very much looking forward to those efforts in appointing that commission. I think I've spoken long enough, and we need to get on with city business. So yield the rest of my time, and we'll move on with the agenda. So that takes us to the mayor and manager reports and comments, if there's any.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, just a few things. It has been a very, very busy week. The trip to Guadalajara, which was very beneficial, as Councilmember Chavez said, and I don't know that a lot of folks realize that's our #1 travel destination out of Fresno. And I think we're #3 for Fresno is for Guadalajara. So the kinship there is real. We have 17 flights a week between Aeromexico and Volaris, and 17 going out, 17 coming in. And last year, about 190,000 passenger trips between going to and coming. This year in the first quarter, already 50,000. So it's very real, the commonalities between our two cities. And we've Councilmember Chavez and I have struck a really good friendship with Mayor Lemos from Guadalajara, and we're going to continue with that. Also had the opportunity to participate in a news conference Monday with the big city mayors in Sacramento, and it was pleading with them for additional dollars for homeless efforts, and specifically we've asked for $1 billion for the 13 cities each year over 3 years, so a total of $3 billion. We had an opportunity to meet with several of the legislators as well, and a couple of meetings with the governor. And I do think those funds are going to be very real for Fresno and very meaningful for us. Also had the opportunity to support and discuss some of the efforts for mental health, which includes the governor's California Care Court and Senator Eggman's 8 pieces of legislation that we are supporting as well. All of those for the purpose of dealing with some of those who have the highest acuity levels of mental illness. And then Council Members Chavez and Arias and I, we got to go over to Producers this week and be a part of the first 2 all-electric trucks to be rolled out in the Valley. And that was a great event, and I think that's going to be, I know it's going to be the future of the Valley in Fresno. And they got to hear me sing for the first time, getting ready for the American Idol. And then Sunnyside Park, Councilmember Chavez and I were there this week with Scott Mosier and Aaron Agarany, a number of folks, Chief Donis, talking about our efforts towards energy efficiency. And what Ann Cluse has done is remarkable in the fact that through our energy efficiency efforts in the parks, fire department, police department, with LED lights, HVAC systems, and a number of other improvements, we're going to be saving an additional $1.4 million a year in the city of Fresno. As you know, we spend about $27 million a year in PG&E. And that is a very conservative figure, $22 million savings over 20 years. The reality is it's probably going to be a lot more than that because we know the PG&E rates have skyrocketed over the last several years. Also, we do have the Great American Cleanup this week, and I encourage all of you to be out there. We anticipate somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 volunteers. I know we already had 1,000 sign up as of about 4 days ago. So it's going to be a great event, 15 different locations, not just picking up litter, but also planting trees, removing graffiti, and we're going to have a big celebration afterwards across from Chichansi with music, food trucks, etc. So going to be a great event on Saturday and a very, very busy weekend. So thank you.
Let's just get to work.
Well, we were going to do that, but I did promise we'd circle back to Councilmember Carbasi. So we're going to give him an opportunity to get his comments out.
I appreciate that. No, actually, we unfortunately lost someone in District 2. We actually lost 2 school psychologists in District 2, but one of them, the family's not quite ready to come out and talk about it, but I did speak to the husband, and they gave me permission to request we adjourn in her memory, and we talk a little bit about her. So Shannon Wong Langlow was a school psychologist. She was a product of District 2. She went to Malik, which is my elementary school, Tenaya and Bullard. She was very, very well loved by her fellow school psychologists, and I want to thank Kelly Trevino, who also lives in District 2 and works in our economic development department, because she's the one that made this happen today. She was born and raised in Northwest, and she strove to return and serve the community she grew up in. She came back to Fresno, became a school psychologist. She had a significant impact on the kids and young adults in the Bullard community. And it's really a big loss for a lot of, the psychologists we have, it's a network, they serve kids, and to lose 2 in a short period of time at a very young age of 51 is a big loss. And her daughter is actually a senior at Bullard and can't imagine what she's going through. But I would like to request, Mr. President, that we adjourn in memory of Fresno Unified School Psychologist Shannon Wong Longlow, if that's possible. And we just, when you're at home, folks, just take a little prayer for her family and what they're going through.
Okay, we'll be adjourning today's meeting in memory of Shannon.
Okay, thank you. And then also there was a homicide in Northwest Fresno. It was a quiet apartment complex off of Palm. Thank you to Fresno PD for investigating that and locating the suspects. I think they fled out of state, but they were caught. Thank you to Las Vegas PD for helping with that. And I know we have a lot of seniors in that community. They were very concerned, but again, unfortunately, we can't always stop these things, but we can make sure we can stop them from spreading and bring justice for the victims. If you do suspect any street racing, remember we have a hotline, 621-RACE, 621-7223. Please call, let us know. Sometimes they may not get the person immediately, but if you have a license plate number or a description, they add that up. And sometimes if it's a kid, they send a letter to the registered owner, which is the parent, and maybe there's some discipline there. So anyways, we want to make sure our streets are safe, and it's a problem all over this city. That's my report. Thank you very much.
All right, sounds good. Let's move on to the consent calendar. We did have some items pulled. Are there any additional items that need to be pulled? Please don't. Okay. All right, so closing that period down. Oh,
I wasn't gonna pull, I was just gonna make a comment to 1DD.
please.
So since it didn't get pulled, it's a very straightforward resolution, as the council president alluded to in his council comments. I'm proud to be sponsoring this resolution to create the City of Fresno Women's Commission to really complement what the county is doing. And I think there's an opportunity for the City of Fresno to elevate the women's perspective in our policy and the way that we deliver services here from the City of Fresno. So just proud to be a co-sponsor and looking forward to appointing some great women from the community to bring forth ideas that will make the City of Fresno even a much better place for all our families. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Soria. So we have consent items pulled for discussion. We do need to hear public comment before passing the consent agenda. So at this time, I will open public comment for the consent agenda as well as unscheduled communication. So if you'd like to speak for either, I do have a stack of yellow cards here already. So if you're in the chamber and would like to speak on unscheduled communication or on the any consent agenda item, please fill out a yellow card, bring it up to our clerk. We'll make sure you get read off. Or if you're on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand on Zoom. So I'll start here in the chamber, the cards I have. We have Fernando Paul Elizondo Sr. as our first speaker. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Let me have one of those.
It's on.
Anyway, good morning. I want to make a recommendation that Esmeralda and Mr. Maxwell be put in for a proclamation themselves for the good work they've done. We appreciate you. Thank you. You brought back some memories when you brought the community of the Hmongs. I served their country alongside them, and I just flashed back all the memories. I never thought I'd be here alongside of them in the city of Fresno. Anyway, it's kind of hard to 50-some years ago, you know, that's how long it's been. But anyway, let's move forward. I have a new resolution. It's not a one Fresno, it's a one human race. That's what we have to respect, everybody. And those of you that are in sin, behind the scenes, anyway, I believe that a lot of you are trying to do good, but there's a lot of you that still are on the corrupted side, you know. Something needs to be done about that $600,000, 600 million or whatever that was, 600,000. Somebody's got to be held accountable for it, okay? One time I heard in the news that the accountant was found $1 million. Now, how do you lose $1 million and then find him again, you know? I call that sabotage. In other words, they sabotaged it and then they became the hero. We need to get accountability with our money. Accountability. That's not $600,000. We could do a lot with that, okay? I've helped the FBI before in a case where I used to work. There was a starlight scope missing. And what happened was they said, somebody, who took it? The way we found out who took it was called, they call it stores where you keep these items in there. Well, they sent 3 people to go do an inventory. 3 of them came back. 2 said the item's still missing. The other one said, oh, it's still there. That's the guy that stole it. Right?
Mr. Elizondo,
anyway, I know my 2 minutes are up.
We are up, yep.
But I just have one more thing.
Well, no, we're over time. So
one more thing.
We'll be back next meeting, or feel free to submit comments to us off the dais. But we are going to move on to Mr. David Willis. And actually, what I'm seeing cards here for different topics. So what we'll do, I know I had said we were doing public comment for unscheduled communication and consent agenda, but I will also open this up for public comment on the closed session agenda as well. So I did have a card for David Willis.
Yes, I'm David Willis. I currently live at Trails End Mobile Home Park, which is going through a receivership at the time. I have neighbors and friends there. I've been there 20 years. I own a space 26, and I rent a space 41. Anyway, my comment primarily is that I was exposed to a non-profit organization called Caritas, who suggested they would own the property and that then they would manage it. And they already have several items in place that are functioning quite well. I believe, was it about three or four trailer parks in the city of Fresno. And they're nonprofits, so they keep the affordability. Now, what my problem is the proposed people that plan on taking over are not very compassionate. Quite frankly, it's oppressive somewhat, but that's it's within the course of taking over. So I would like you to possibly help us, like maybe 3 or 4 months until Caritas is in place, temporarily buy the place, and talk with Caritas and make the deal. And I think we could have a really good plan there. I thank you for letting me talk. It's pretty impressive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker we're going to have is going to be Mariah Thompson.
Good morning, Council President and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am an attorney with California Rural Legal Assistance. We currently represent a quarter of the residents living at Trails End Mobile Home Park. I won't belabor the point of what folks are worried about with the proposed corporate takeover. We've talked about that a lot already. I do want to say that yesterday the proposed park owners also issued new 7-day notices that were explicitly prohibited by court order 3 weeks ago. But you helped us in getting a month from the court to look at alternative proposals. And in the last 3 weeks, residents and the representatives have found 2 very viable plans. We were very surprised. We thought we had 1, but now we have 2. One is a resident-owned community, and one is a nonprofit called Caritas that currently operates 2 parks already in town. May I have 1 quick second more? So residents are hoping that the city will acquire the park on a short-term basis to fully flesh out those 2 options so the residents can choose the one that is best for them. And both the organizations are ready to go immediately. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Someone made a bit of a cat call and a whistle when Ms. Thompson came up. I want to make it very clear, we don't tolerate sexist crap in this building. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you. I apologize. Okay. No, you're good.
But I love that. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. No, you're okay. You're grandfathered in. Okay. No, it's good to see you again. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry.
No, I appreciate that, Councilor. I totally missed that, Councilor Carvasi. But apparently it was someone came with her. Okay. All right. Next speaker. We're going to move over to Zoom for a few speakers. So on Zoom, we have Felina Sutton. Felina, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Good morning, Honorable Council, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Felina Sutton. I reside in Councilmember Soria's district and I'm a lifelong resident of Fresno. And today I want to speak to amending the fire ordinance. My husband and I reside at 6379 West Northdale. This is an area with new construction where homes continue to be built at various stages of construction. I ask you to imagine a quiet evening at home with family when suddenly, without warning, live rounds of mortar fire are exploding around your home. I'm confident when I use the word mortar fire because my husband proudly served in the United States Marine Corps and has firsthand experience with mortar fire. Several times a year, we witness numerous neighbors using illegal fireworks in a display of blatant disregard for public health and safety. And we are just beyond fed up and so happy to see that this ordinance is being introduced. Currently, police and fire investigators have to see someone lighting or discharging an illegal firework to cite them. If this is to continue without being amended, I truly believe you will never be able to stop illegal fireworks in Fresno. There simply are not enough public safety staff. With my remaining time, I ask the council to put all of your might behind amending the fireworks ordinance and work swiftly to protect the health and safety of your member districts. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores. Welcome, Lisa.
First off, I agree with that, with the previous speaker. We also have it down here by Fresno High, and we actually know who the kid is with the mortars. Today, I'm coming to talk to you, speak in front of you, regarding the upcoming policies and decisions that you're going to make in regards to your planning. I just want to remind each and every one of you, the choices you make are very simple. It's either you're giving a hand up to people, or you're giving them a get the hell out of here hand. It's one or the other, guys. You need rent stabilization and rent control. I've come to you before for years now asking for that. And the biggest problem that you're going to have is the long-term effects of COVID. And they're estimating right now that a third of the individuals with COVID will have long-term health consequences starting within the next 5 years. You're talking dementia, heart, other organ issues. And that will affect their housing if you can't make money. The other thing I also want to bring up today is the behavior of Mr. Karbasi at the last city council meeting. A year and a half ago, Mr. Karbasi chastised me when I went for a planning commission spot and was trying to get it onto the planning commission. And when I came and asked the council why I was not accepted, he said that the city should not have representatives like me because I can't get along with others. Yet you, Mr. Karbasi, an elective, was seen on video, and actually I saw it on live stream, your treatment of 4 children and their homeless parents. It is not only shameful, it's sinful, it's disrespectful to the most vulnerable in our community, the children. So I ask of you, when are you going to resign? You know, you treated them like leopards. You treated them like they had no humanity. You know, I hope your mother gave you a what for when you got home that day. Your actions and your vile retorts toward Des Martinez, who actually got them help, that actually helped them get housed, should be allotted by each and every one of you.
Lisa, I'm sorry, I know you're on a roll, but we gotta move on. We're a little bit over. Next on Zoom, we're going to have Michelle Vang. Michelle, you have the floor. If you could unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes. Okay, we'll circle back to Michelle Clerk. Next speaker on Zoom will be Ganuchi Vang.
Hello, City Council. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Gonuki Bell Vang, pronouns she, her, hers, and I'd like to begin by saying I'm not an athlete, but as a member of the Southeast Asian American community, I'm here to say that the damage of the signage of Benland Park goes beyond the athletes and has infiltrated our communities, subconsciously telling us that we are no longer welcomed in areas once the areas receive adequate upkeep and that our communities deserve less than that. Fresno has one of the largest Hmong populations in the nation, and this continuous suppression is unacceptable. Taking down the signage was not an adequate solution, and it will take more than a one-time cultural training for our elected officials to understand that. What is the point of tokenizing a training if it's not implemented? We need to see real change. This issue of discrimination goes beyond District 4 and is rooted in our history here in Fresno. So I'm here to ask from all of City Council to live up to your commitment to the resolution of denouncing discrimination against the Asian American communities in Fresno by giving our communities a clear, defined timeline and understanding of how you will all work with our communities and grassroots serving organizations for a long-term solution that goes beyond parks and ensures equity. I also ask that this long-term solution be put in a future agenda for discussion. Thank you for your time.
All right, we're going to come back over here to the chamber, and we're going to have Patricia Shawn be the next speaker.
Good afternoon. How are you today? I'm Patricia Shawn. I've been a resident of the park for 23 years. Lately, things have changed. Thank you to you all for helping us get it paved and cleaned up. I really appreciate it. But there's some problems. We have some armed security guards that walk around and they protect the construction workers and the trash that they took out of our yards. Harmony has been bullying people by coming into their yards, taking their belongings, and now at this moment they're tearing down half of mobile homes. They're tearing down add-ons that people have built on years ago. People moved in and they had 3 days notice. They're ripping it off right now. They had 3 days notice. It's crazy to see that we have this great opportunity in front of us with this nonprofit organization, Carrot Toss. I would really like to have them be our owners. Please help that happen. Please give us the time we need. Just a few months, that's all we need. Thank you. Have a great day.
Next in the chamber, we're going to have Patsy Rajskup.
Sorry for the delay.
No worries, take your time.
Okay, first I'd like to thank Councilmember Kibasi for coming out to our park and listening to each and every one of us. That really meant a lot to us. Now, I've lived in Trails End Mobile Park for 32 years, so I've seen it when it was a very respectable family park. I loved it, and it slowly started going down the hill. And unfortunately, it got in the situation where the city had to step in, which we appreciated them. But right now, we're all fearful for Harmony because it's like we're jumping out of a firing pan into the fire. And it isn't just raising our rent, it's the rules that they are going to impose on all of us. I don't think we can live with those rules, and we're all frightened of those. We would just respectfully ask you to temporarily buy our mobile home park until until they can step in and buy it. We'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So next in the chamber, we have Reverend Simon Baisel. Sorry, Reverend, I'm pretty sure I botched your last name.
Biasel.
Biasel.
For next time. Thanks for having me. Good morning. I'm here to stand with the residents of Trails Inn. I appreciate the council and the city making an effort to help initially, but to help halfway is not good enough. To get them to this point is nice, but it's not enough. They are coming asking for your help. Not partial help, but real help. These are marginalized people. Your job, people with authority and responsibility, are to stand not just with the powerful, not just with the developers, not just with those who will donate to your campaign, but those who need your help the most. I appreciate the city's effort and the mayor's office presenting a long-term vision on how to somewhat change homelessness in our city. But this is an opportunity for us to make an immediate action to prevent homelessness. And so I'm asking you to not just go half of the way. I'm asking you to go all the way to make sure that the right thing is done. That you can be confident tonight that you've done everything that you can, that you've used the resources that you have available to help these individuals. Thank you.
Next in the chamber, we have Reverend Tim Cutsmark.
I'm Reverend Tim Cutsmark from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Fresno. We say that we need to do something to create more affordable housing in Fresno. We say we need to stop the displacement of families and individuals from existing housing. We have the Here to Stay report commissioned by the city of Fresno, and now we have Mayor Dyer's own One Fresno housing plan. These offer ideas for the near future, but city council members, today you can do something. There is something that you can do today. There's already a mobile home park that offers affordable housing to the residents of Fresno. Trails End Mobile Home Park already offers affordable housing to a vibrant community of residents who care about each other and the place that they call home. But we know that Harmony Communities will destroy all of that. Harmony has an undeniable history of predatory landlord behavior that drives up rent and housing prices and causes evictions. Fresno doesn't need more evictions. Fresno doesn't need more unhoused families. But it's not just about this community, because they have galvanized the city. They have galvanized partners who will ensure that once you temporarily purchase Trails End, that there will be a sale that happens to a reputable company, Caritas. There is money that's lined up. There are people lined up for management. There are people lined up for rehab. It's all in place. They've already done that. What they don't have is time, and that's what you can give them, time. That's what we can give them, time, so that their plans will unfold and Harmony will not take over. So I hope, as Reverend Simon said, we do the right thing and take the help that you've already given them that was so important and is so appreciated, and take it all the way to the home run. Thank you.
Okay, that is all the cards I have in the chamber for right now. I'm going to move back over to Zoom. The next speaker on Zoom is going to be Susan Shong.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Susan Zhang, CEO of A Hopeful Encounter, and we serve our youth and young adults in the Southeast Asian community in recreational youth leadership development here in Fresno. So A Hopeful Encounter is part of the DRIVE initiative as well, and we are a hub in the Bernie neighborhood. And we are also part of the Fresno Asian American Collaborative. I am here today in support of our Hmong volleyball community. I want to address the incident that occurred at Vinland Park regarding the signage and the city's response. By taking the sign down and responding that players may utilize the reservation system, this is a response that is dismissive of the youth, who are the ones who frequent the park. And the incident was an impulsive, careless, and hurtful act that has impacted our community at so many levels. I have spoken to and heard from many youth, young adults, and parents from the volleyball community, and the message has a similar undertone. And that is, what the city has done is to further impress the generational trauma of our community, and that the Hmong volleyball community itself are undeserving of green space. So the discrimination against the members of the Hmong community and others that are touched by the signage must be addressed by the Fresno city government in conjunction with community-based groups, and to help us find a long-term solution. I'm asking that the city commit to putting this item on the agenda for discussion. And so I will close my comment with a quote from Growing Equity in City Green Space. And the quote starts, Green spaces should be intentionally designed to meet the needs that the community has identified so that residents will be comfortable using them. City residents don't all have the same access to the benefits of green space. Addressing that inequity requires community engagement at every stage, from planning to development to management. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker on Zoom is going to be Kevin Hall.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. My name's Kevin Hall. Something very dangerous is happening in Fresno that threatens everyone's safety, so I'm here to make a request of every city council member and the mayor. Please stop talking to GV Wire. Stop participating on Unfiltered, especially co-host Councilmember Karbasi. Stop taking campaign contributions from the Yosemite Network. GV Wire and Unfiltered are generated by the PR and campaigns department of the Yosemite's Granville Homes, and nowadays they're a threat. They can hire all the former B reporters they want. These people are publicity agents and they're functioning as provocateurs. Fresno politicians now face an ugly choice. They can either take Yosemite's money, sign on to their sprawl agenda of low impact fees, Measure C road subsidies, and no environmental review, and agree to interviews with the GV Wire PR agents, or they get attacked online with headlines about false controversies for the political attack ads that are coming later. And now they've added on a layer of fascist intimidation, of violence in our political discourse. I witnessed it at Fresno Unified Board meetings in February and March. This is where we have to draw the line. There is no place in the public square for fascism. It is not acceptable speech. They tried to overthrow the US government in January of last year, yet there was one being platformed 3 months later on Unfiltered. And the B did it this February, following a GV Wire storyline. The Yosemite is called GV Wire, an online digital news site. But in the last election cycle, their family members, companies, and employees gave more than $200,000 in Fresno County races alone. Ask channels 21, 30, 24, 47, 26, the B, how much money their companies gave to politicians last year. The answer will be zero. Even KMJ comes up dry. That's because they make their money from ads and subscribers, not home sales and public subsidies. The Yosemite's are playing with matches and gasoline, and you're playing along whenever you talk to GV Wire or go on Unfiltered. Now's the time to stop. Thank you for your time.
Next on Zoom, we have Marissa Juarez.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to share with everyone, the number to Fresno County Behavioral Health is 600-9180. I recommend anyone that needs help to call that number.
The next speaker is Marissa Juarez.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Marissa, you have 2 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. I'm a Fresno resident. I was speaking to an acquaintance recently and learned that she was shocked and confused to see how a short walk to the Dollar Tree could be a political decision that directly affected her safety. She was harassed by men with camera and her privacy was also violated just for a simple walk to the Dollar Tree. Moreover, the shock and confusion did not cease when I had learned that other citizens of Fresno directly reached out to the council members about similar concerns of safety with absolutely no response. So I'm here today. I would like to ensure that it is on record that constituents and citizens have reached out to the council folk about their safety and well-being, and there has been nothing but silence. It's imperative to keep in mind that this silence speaks volumes. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker on Zoom is going to be Casey McKee. Casey, it's your turn to speak. If you could unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Oops, sorry. My name's Casey McKee. I'm an analyst at Caritas. We are a nonprofit who specializes in acquiring and managing mobile home parks. We're currently looking at the issues in Trails End Mobile Home Park and trying to provide a solution by acquiring the park. Our company's mission is to preserve affordable communities that uplift and empower our residents. Caritas owns and operates 32 communities across California and Oregon, mostly mobile home parks. We currently own and operate 2 parks in Councilmember Travis's district with 234 units. We use a third-party property management company, Bercher Anderson Davis, that does the day-to-day property management of our parks, and they share our mission. We have extensive experience in acquiring mobile home parks in poor condition from cities and putting in the work to turn them around. We have acquired 6 mobile home parks from the cities of Lancaster, Garden Grove, Santa Monica, totaling 1,255 units, and have turned these parks into vibrant communities. We hope that you will help the residents in this park to ensure they would not be displaced due to unreasonable rent increases and rules, and help us turn this community into a thriving, affordable community like we have done with so many other parks. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Laura Splotch.
Hi, yes, I'm Laura Splotch, the one and only. I'm calling in response to last week's meeting. I want to thank you to the 4 members that care about Fresno and care about the Tower District and the theater becoming a community-minded event center. They should be very applauded and always, yes, applauded for your good work. Also, I'd like to implore to the mayor, please let this go through. Let's make Tower great again. Let's keep the peace. I want to mention that last weekend at our celebratory party on the corner where we've been protesting all these months, we had a celebration that was marred by the presence of Proud Boy sympathizer, whatever you want to call him. The Oreo expressed himself, Josh Sulfur. We need protection from this man. He's a terrorist, domestic terrorist, and the cops never showed up when we called. He was trying to come on the lot, which we have permission to be on, which we pay insurance for, which we have used all these months as a safe space, because quite frankly, with the theater being taken over by Adventure Church and bringing in their Proud Boy friends, we have not felt safe in our own neighborhood. So please, Mayor, I implore you, please do the right thing and let's keep Tower safe. Let's keep Tower weird. Let's go Tower to the people. Thank you very much.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy News Viegas.
Sorry, it took me a moment to unmute. Your council, thank you. I agree with Laura's statements. I was there and asked for the same. I support the buying of Trails End, and thank you for continuing with that. I congratulate you guys and support 1DD on the Women's Commission. I want to voice concerns over 1Q. We need more shelter as well as more permanent housing. We need shelter outside of District 3. The area is already taxed, and I know that that's a concern on Arias. Many people in this project are there because law enforcement told them to go to the Poverello House area, but I believe there's better areas and healthier areas than the city has land. The report also mentioned concerns about those preying upon those in the encampment, and it would be healthier for them to be in another area. As well, if this is a later project, there are people outside the area that do not feel safe going to the Poverello House area. I also want you to consider that for many, being in a shared cabin with someone who isn't a partner or loved one is prohibitive because it affects their mental health, because anxiety and past trauma. I'm glad that there's things for couples, but also need options for them as well. We need more shelter, but it needs to be done wisely, as well as make sure there's options for everyone who is being asked to move. I didn't see all the comments yesterday because of work, but regarding the perception that some of us don't support more housing, we actually do need more affordable housing as all our unhoused need a place to go directly from the streets or from the shelters. I attended the housing element report, which Sophia and staff did an excellent job, just as she did on Here to Stay, and know that we are far short of what we need and would like to see extremely low income housing that makes it possible for unhoused and rest of the community have a permanent home, especially in a high opportunity areas. I was excited to see that there was 120 people who are able to access housing in high opportunity areas through vouchers, and would like to see that for all low income housing to be in high opportunity areas. Regarding the families that protested last week and the criticisms, I hope that you do hear from them and listen to them, and I hope it encourage a clearer perception of the situations that families like this face and affect to action. Thank you very much.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be John Woolley.
Good morning. My name is John Woolley. I'm the Chief Investment Officer for the Caritas Corporation. I apologize in that we didn't even know that the situation at Trails End existed until last week. So we've been scurrying around trying to work with Mariah and her folks to try to bring some semblance of order to this. As Casey indicated a few minutes ago, we have a long history. We've been in business for 25 years, serving the low and very low income residents of California and Oregon. We first started in Fresno back in March of 2001, and we have 2 parks up there that we're very, very proud of. And we would like the opportunity to work with the city to try to figure out how to put a plan together that's going to be acceptable for both the city and the residents there. Casey also mentioned that we have acquired 1,255 spaces from cities along the way. And back in 2014, we acquired Desert Sands from the city of Lancaster. That's 123 spaces. In November of '96, we acquired the Friendly Village, which is 465 spaces in the city of Lancaster. And we also acquired Desert Sands, Briarwood in 2012, which is another 300 space community. In 2010, we acquired from the city of Garden Grove, Bahia, which is 168 spaces, and Emerald Isle. And then just a few years ago, we worked with the city of Santa Monica in a park that they were really troubled by and had been troubled by for many years. And we worked out a plan with them where we have taken over the ownership and the management, and we're restoring that park to what it was many, many years ago. And we welcome the opportunity to work with you all, and we pledge our time, effort, and support to bring this about. Thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Robert Mccloskey.
Thank you very much. Today I wanted to speak briefly about 1Q. The idea to put these pallet shelters out. I understand it's only 50 shelters and will house 100 people. I spoke with Mr. Spees recently. He indicated, I asked him about the $5 million for the state for this type of project, and he said, yes, that's not the whole cost. The city will have to put forward more money. I'm assuming the 4.6 million is that more money. That makes the cost about $10 million. I assume that must assume the cost of the land to put this village. But I think you need to hold off on approving this to look at the cost breakdown. My understanding is, I've done some research on these shelters. They don't last a long time, 10, 11 years. They break down. They're basically miniature FEMA trailers, identical white utilitarian. According to their own pallets company spokesman, Brandon Bills, that's by design. The shelters are made of prefabricated aluminum, and composite panels are meant to feel temporary because shelter is supposed to be temporary according to them. Our villages have some version of forward momentum, he says. We want them to be warm, safe, which they are, but we don't want to encourage people to live in these for a very long period of time, whereas something that's more homey or cutesy might be more welcoming. My point is, although this is a good story for the Community Alliance newsletter, which I write for, and I've written dozens of articles about this, at least a dozen articles about the homeless situation, it's not good for the unhoused folks. It's basically warehousing them in the cheap prefab shelters, and it's a big cost for the city. You're putting out all this money for shelters that only last 10 years. This is a for-profit company. Although to their credit, they claim they do try to hire homeless people to help build these, which is good. They're still for-profit. And they've been going around outbidding tiny homes, real tiny homes that look better and make people feel better about living in them.
Ms. Mccloskey, we're about 20 seconds over. Thank you for
okay.
that speak. Next speaker is going to be Calvin Shong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Calvin. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Calvin Zhang. I'm 20, and I am a youth Hmong volleyball player. I am here today to ask you to work with the community in regards to addressing the signs that Parks put up at the Vinland tennis court. This incident is important to me because I felt that it was a direct attack on me, and it took away my access to the one thing I used to de-stress and clear my mind and to maintain my mental health. I set up for the youths over at Vinland Park. Ever since then, I have not, which is why I'm asking the city to work with us and organizations that understand for a long-term solution. But I want to make sure that the process is clear and transparent. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Des Martinez.
Hello, and thank you. I would like to say I support the sale of the city buying Trails In, and also yesterday's. We support everything on that Faith in the Valley and Power California and them are doing. I want to respond to last Thursday. On April 21st, 2022, Mike Carbasi made a defamatory remark towards a proud, self-made, previously homeless, unhoused female advocate. His comment was, a self-proclaimed advocate did a media show. That, sir, was called advocating for families with children to be sheltered immediately because they have been to MAP several times begging for a bed. Another comment made was brought school-age children. Yes, hello. They were school-age children. I'm glad you noticed that. They needed to be in school instead of trying to survive the streets of Fresno. That should have been your first concern that day. You also made a comment, we do have a contract with Turning Point. Yeah, you do have a contract with Turning Point. So why are they denying beds to families? They are the ones that told MAPS they did not have any beds available. Another comment was made that they were sheltered with 1 hour. That's a lie. They didn't receive a bed until 4 p.m. that day, and we were there at 11 a.m. The only reason they were sheltered is because we made a comment that we were going to be setting camp on City Hall lawn, and you guys do not want that. Another comment made, this person chose to exploit kids, and now their names are on social media. That's a lie again. There were no names that were put out. Let's not forget the comment that you said I made sexist remarks. This is your way of defaming my character and my organization. Show me the proof of any sexist remarks I've ever made. You talk about you have feelings. Well, they must be the ice cold feelings because your remarks made in front of these children was disrespectful and hurtful for them to hear. What you said and your actions showed that you do not care about unhoused children in Fresno, California. A bully is somebody who seeks harm to intimidate or coerce somebody who is vulnerable. That more sounds like the politician Mike Carbasi than the advocate Des Martinez. We are not one Fresno, we are divided. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Kyle Lopez Schmidt.
Good morning, City Council. Kyle Lopez Schmidt, 115 North Calavera Street. Wanted to speak on two matters. First, most importantly, want to stand in solidarity with the Trails End Mobile Home Park residents in seeking for either nonprofit or community ownership of their park. And as a community development financial institution professional, I've been working with Mariah and others to identify sources of funding for that to proceed. So urge the council to support the community's demand there. And then second, want to speak on item 1P, the Tower District Specific Plan update consultant contract. While I was on a team that didn't win their project, I am supportive of WRT and a lot of the local folks on that team, including Urban Diversity Design, Every Neighborhood Partnership, ZAC Urban Solutions. But want to highlight that the funding for that project drastically underfunds the community outreach. There's several things in the contract that are above the scope that I think need investment. So I urge the council to look for additional funding so that the community engagement portion of that project is really fully funded and does our community right and engages folks in some very important questions, specifically the needs of the South Tower neighborhood. And speaking on behalf of the South Tower Trust, that's really a core of the neighborhood that needs the most attention related to land use and planning. Thank you.
Next on Zoom, we'll have Jim Grant.
Good morning, Fresno City Council and brother and sister citizens. My name is Jim Grant, and my family and I have lived in Fresno since 1988. Therefore, very aware of the housing situation, which has really just continued to be devastating for so many among us. Our children and grandchildren still live now in Fresno in District 3, and we're here to fully support the city of Fresno purchasing the Trails End mobile home park, which will give the Trails End community time to finalize a long-term solution for ownership of the park. Thank you very much.
Next speaker on Zoom will be Lethal Garcia.
All right, Lethal Garcia here, local unhoused advocate and tower supporter. I agree with Laura. Josh Fulfer is trying to get a rise out of people with spreading lies and sticking his camera in faces to trigger people's anger and other emotions. Ossifers out there need to be doing more for who are peacefully protesting. Make that happen, because he's inciting hate by calling us devil worshippers and anti-Christian. Every time I'm out there, I'm rubbing shoulders with a Christian. Okay, Trails End. Please consider temporarily buying Trails End. People who have lived there for decades do not deserve to be put out of their homes because of a selfish and greedy corporate landlord who already has lawsuits going on the East Coast, 2 or 3 of them if I'm not mistaken. They are harassing, terrorizing, and traumatizing residents. I run outreach every week and check on unhoused Fresnans when I can find them, because let's face it, the illegal sweeps are pushing them into areas where I can't see them. Good job, I know that's what you wanted, them hidden. If you don't take over Trails End, I may have many more people to serve. I love the street family members, and it would be nice if my organization could get some of that money you throw at Poverello, because I would be doing a hell of a lot more. Maxwell, we need to have a meeting because I live in your district and we need your help with more than trees and poems, my dear. In closing, I strongly believe temporary purchase will guarantee we can preserve what affordable housing that is left on the land of the Yokits. Gary, nice bald spot, you Proud Boy sympathizer.
We're going to come back to the chamber. We have Amber Crowell will be the next speaker.
Good morning, Council. I'm Dr. Amber Crowell. I'm a sociology professor at Fresno State. I'm here representing the faculty of Fresno State who have invested themselves in serving the community in alignment with the core values and mission of Fresno State. We know that what happens to the residents of this city affects our role as educators. When it comes to housing, we know that keeping folks safely and stably housed and preserving communities is critical for creating and securing opportunities. You have several Fresno State faculty who are willing and eager to leverage our resources and mission to service to support the residents of Trails End to stabilize their housing to keep it safe, decent, and permanently affordable. We are aware of the other options that they are creating, and we think they are good. We think they are stronger than the original path that they were on. I want to thank Councilmember Carbasi for spending time with the residents of Trails End and seeing for yourself how vibrant and tight-knitted this community is. And I hope that message gets back to him because I don't see him. I want to thank the rest of the council who are listening to these residents and have heard their stories. I hope you recognize how hard they've been working over the past few weeks to find another solution. They have been working hard every day, having community meetings, talking to funders and stakeholders, trying to come up with another plan, and they have one. They have another plan. I hope you recognize how many people are standing behind them, offering their support and labor, including the faculty of Fresno State. There is a positive outcome right in front of you, a real win for this community, which is a win for our city. All they need is time. I hope all of you will continue to support these residents and keep their hope alive. Thank you.
Okay, that is going to conclude our public comment portion. Now I'd like to go back to the consent agenda. We did pull more than half of it, I think. But can I get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any opposition to approving the consent agenda? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0, I think. All right, let's move on to contested consent. Actually, let me double check. Make sure there's no other low-hanging fruits. The administration, we did push the hearings to May 12th that were originally on the agenda.
Correct. I'll defer to the city attorney. I think we still had to list it on the agenda because it was publicly noticed. So we don't need to do anything special, Doug? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so for folks who had originally seen the hearings on the annual action plan, that's been pushed to May 12th. Okay, let's dive into our contested consent calendar. We'll go in order of letter. And I believe the first letter we had was 1C, and that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just one question for the administration. This is essentially a $3 million sole source contract. What's the reason for sole sourcing? I know we've had debates on this dais around the use of the sole source procedure, and this agenda today has a couple of contracts that were not bidded out, but are sole sourced or uniquely qualified. What's your rationale for using sole source today?
Good morning, council members. Brian Barr, Assistant Director, Transportation. Great question. There's a $2.8 million contract with Trapeze doing business as Vontis. We've had a relationship with Trapeze for 25 years now. They are the original provider of our CAD-AVL system, and for the public's benefit, CAD-AVL stands for Computer-Aided Dispatch Automatic Vehicle Location System. Backing up in time, about 14, 16 months ago, we hired an expert in the field of CAD-AVL technology to help us navigate an upgrade or full-on replacement. We went through the analysis and we determined that it is much more economical to go with an upgrade with our existing vendor versus an outright replacement, which we estimate is in excess of $4 million.
Got it. And City Manager, am I to assume that you support this recommendation to sole source?
Yes, I would say that the reason there is a sole source and uniquely qualified exemption under our process is for situations like this where we have a system online that has proprietary items, and in order to upgrade, you have to go with that same vendor. And I think because the analysis was done and it was shown it was more economical to stick with the current vendor, I do support it.
Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Seconded. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Don't see anyone punched up. Is there any opposition to item 1C? All right, seeing none, item passes 6-0. All right, next item is going to be item 1E, also pulled by Councilmember Arias.
This is a significant change in direction for the city in our history. I'm fully supportive of the need to go in this direction, given the record amount of fires that we've had every 4th of July. But I am concerned with your rollout plan. Not specific to your two departments, but as a city, I think we fall short on the communication side, given the diversity of our residents. And I continue to be stuck on this notion of billboards are not, landing and deep enough into the communities that we represent. So I did see the memo. I don't think the plan has enough communication. I don't see any kind of reassurance that we're going to be communicating with the Spanish-speaking audience, with the Punjabi audience, with the Hmong audience. I'm seeing kind of a standard communication plan of the city, and these are significant fines that people are going to be hit with. And my second concern is we're still not providing in this proposal an alternative where they could go and enjoy a significant fireworks show in the city. If you're lucky enough to pay the fee at the stadium, you can do that. But most cities, small cities around this county, have a city-sponsored fireworks show that encourages people to come to a fireworks show that's managed correctly, has all the safeguards, has the right, fireworks systems versus relying on the illegal fireworks. And for a city of more than 500,000, I'm yet to see one city-sponsored fireworks show that would encourage residents who cannot afford it or who are relying on the illegal market to be able to enjoy themselves. So is there any plan, city manager, for us to do a city-sponsored fireworks show as an alternative, or are we just gonna, use a hammer?
Mr. Orjan.
Thank you, Fire Chief and Police Chief. I don't have concerns with your guys' role. It's more about.
Oh, okay.
You don't host fireworks shows yet, but maybe one day you will. City Manager?
I'm so sorry. Greg was talking to me for the last 30 seconds of your comment. I didn't hear that.
I'm asking, this proposal essentially uses a hammer, fines, citations. We still don't have a city-sponsored fireworks show where families can enjoy a fire show without having to rely on.
Right, and that's what Greg was talking to me about. He was saying that we do block off the streets around Grizzly Stadium to allow people to come in and view the fireworks up in the air from outside of the stadium. And I was just telling Assistant City Manager Barfield, do we do a good job communicating that? If that is available to have people, how can we communicate where they could park and where they would be able to put chairs or whatever? Other than that, I am not aware of any city-sponsored event. I know that this item is being brought forward in response to comments from council last year. So my apologies, I wasn't aware that there had been a request to have a city-sponsored event.
Yeah, we address the issue around the amount of fires that are set every 4th of July, and this deals with the citations and accountability side of the house, but we also discuss what alternatives are we using. I know right now, or in the past, the city stadium has been used for a fee-based fireworks show, and we do allow people to park outside. We actually charge folks to go into the parking garage to be able to see the fireworks show from the top. But is there any plans in the making for us to do a city-sponsored fireworks show like Kerman does, Kingsburg, Selma, if those small cities can pull it off?
I can tell you, no. My apologies. I wasn't aware that was part of, I wasn't here, wasn't in this position when this was discussed last, so I wasn't aware of the council's desire to have a city-sponsored event. I think that we do still have time to maybe talk to the Grizzlies and work with the Grizzlies to do something to allow, once the ball game's over, to see what we can do to allow some sort of free access. For this year, I don't know that we can pull together a community fireworks event between now and 4th of July separate from that.
I'd like us to assess what we can do with the stadium itself this year. We're going to make quite a bit of money from the concessions, so I don't know that we need to charge people to come into the stadium and watch a fireworks show. But if you can evaluate that for this year, that would be helpful, because we do want to give people an alternative than doing an illegal fireworks show.
Yes, we can absolutely look at that.
Councilmember Soria?
Yeah, so I had similar concerns, so I'm glad that you were able to bring that up, Councilmember, because one is, and I'm all about making sure that, the penalties are appropriate enough so that we deter people. But the fact of the matter is that folks are doing it because they want to see fireworks in their community. And the lack of access to low cost or no cost events is, I think, a big component of this. It's prevention, right? It's like, how do we prevent folks from firing up these fireworks in their community? So I did bring this issue up last time. I didn't specifically ask for an event, but I think that as a city, and maybe let's see how this year works out in terms of with the new policy, but I think that we're going to find ourselves where this will continue to some degree because there's no alternative for folks. So I would like us to see have throughout the city. I think there may be one or two other shows that happen, but very minimal in the city of Fresno. So if we can do anything, maybe not this year, but, we can plan along. We're about to have a budget discussion in the coming months and figure out if there is some monies, because at the end of the day, it costs us a lot more to go and try to address, after the fact, if there's a fire and all the stuff that comes with the illegal fireworks. I did have a question though for both maybe the fire chief or the and the chief of police. One, in terms of for those that are selling illegal fireworks, who's responsible? How does that work? How can residents like notify, or what's that piece? Because I know that this is more on the property owners allowing, but where's the sale of illegal fireworks component?
So this year, just like last year, we're going to do a very robust operation, and keep in mind that, as you said earlier, as you mentioned, it's about prevention. We don't want to arrest anybody. We don't want to give any fines. But the fact of the matter is that last year was a major issue, and the drought is still going on. So it's a real safety concern. We have had meetings together, not just the police department, but the fire department and the fire marshals, to determine what we're going to do this year. So we're going to do something similar, and Deputy Chief Farah is here. He can give more information on that. But we are going to hold people accountable. And last year we did some undercover operations where we set up some buys of illegal fireworks. So those people that are bringing them into our city that shouldn't be are going to be held accountable.
Okay.
We will do more of that, and hopefully that'll deter people from bringing them in and trying to sell them.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear, because I know that that's kind of the beginning, right? Of
Right.
people being able to have access to these illegal fireworks in the neighborhood. Okay, thank you, Chief, on that. And then on the 311 reporting, or is it 311 where people can report if there's illegal fireworks going on in their neighborhood, or where's the?
So last year we did a combination. We used the Fresno app. Honestly, that was not as effective because those notifications got kind of bottlenecked a little bit. What we did is we had teams throughout the city comprised of police officers and fire marshal service responding to some of these scenes and giving citations where they could, or just getting people to shut it down. So we are going to come up with something better this year, because obviously if you see somebody across the street, you should call the police or fire. If there's a fire, call 911, call the fire department. But if you want more details on that, we can certainly talk offline. We're trying to develop a comprehensive method where people can call.
Yeah.
But what happens is that if they simply call 911, I mean, there's literally thousands of calls during that particular weekend, and it overwhelms us.
So the 311 is not good. Okay.
That's not the best for immediate service.
Okay. So are we going to have it before?
We will have a comprehensive plan that's being worked on right now to address that.
And I'm assuming, because I know last year a lot of it started weeks prior to 4th of July, so I'm glad that this is coming, with enough time so folks can, get a heads up of what's coming and that we're serious about the issue. But just want to make sure that that hotline or whatever we're going to put together will be then up and running well prior to the
We will
4th.
definitely have something.
And then probably even after, because I know many neighborhoods experience like the aftermath.
Basically, for the next 2 weekends, we still get various complaints. A lot of people have illegal fireworks left over that they'll continue to pop for about 2 or 3 other weeks.
Okay, perfect. And then the last question I had, I was reading the ordinance, like the amended language. And so what I'm getting is that homeowners or the social host, the person like the host of the property, would be responsible even if the firework is happening right in front of their house in the roadway. Is that correct? Is that kind of a standard way that other cities are doing it? I'm just curious, because if it's a young teenager from down the block, now you're putting another homeowner responsible who may not have anything to do and has no control over the teenager. That's my only concern. How far, I'm thinking in terms of the application of so I support making, the social host owners responsible, but when you get into the public right away, I feel like there's a little bit more of a lot of gray in that area.
Yeah, we worked with the city attorney's office, police department, team effort to come together on this social host ordinance. This is similar to other cities, Sacramento, San Jose, Long Beach, Visalia, Tulare. All of them have a social host ordinance. We wanted to have something with a little bit more teeth, which was the request of this council. And to that point is, what we're seeing is we have a lot of events that happen in a cul-de-sac or a block, and it takes someone to have to watch someone make sure that they light the firework, and then that person is the only one getting the illegal firework citation. And so this broadens that to say if you're hosting a gathering and it's clearly right in front of your home in the middle of the cul-de-sac, then that person could be held accountable even if they did not physically light that. Or as this ordinance says, people that are attending as well. So we're trying to deter this idea that we're going to just light off fireworks and mortars in the middle of the, cul-de-sac or our streets and our neighborhoods as a fun activity.
Yeah, I'm okay with the folks that are attending, but I'm thinking like a property owner that is across the street, say a kid comes and lights in front of my house, now I'm going to be responsible. Maybe the people that are watching, and if I'm participating, yes, but I don't want to, penalize homeowners that are not participating at all. So that's where, in terms of the application, we just have to be very clear.
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure that this is reflected. I'm like putting my attorney, lens on as I'm reading it, and I'm just like, well, it's kind of gray in that sense.
Yeah.
Counsel,
So
can we have our prosecutors explain how that would work?
And legal counsel, can you also confirm that these fines would follow the same process of appeals to administrative officer? If there's confusion, if I went on vacation and somebody lit a fire, then I have the ability to appeal this and say, I was in Mexico when that happened, so you really can't find me.
Yes. So first, to answer that question, yes, they are still appealable to the administrative hearing officer. We would still have to prove it to the same standard, which is a presumption. So there's still all of those protections in place. As well, it is a rebuttable presumption that the social host had knowledge, so they could definitely prove that they were not aware. And again, it's all about what we can prove, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as an example, we have seen drone footage that the fire department has used in the past where you see somebody light in the very middle of the street, and then you actually can watch them walk back to the property that they came from. So in situations like that, we have good evidence, and we'd be able to move forward with that citation. If it's a situation where it's somebody from down the street, we may even be able to see them walk back to where they came from. We would be able to analyze it that way. So it comes down to what is going to be able to be proven, and we'll be looking at that closely when we're looking at these citations.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. I don't have any further questions. I'll do a motion to approve. Thank you for being proactive and bringing it early enough.
I'll second the motion with the confirmation that you guys will be on Hmong TV, Punjabi Radio, Univision, and I'm going to get tired of all the ads, and both on TV and radio and social media, warning everyone the citations are coming if you misbehave with illegal fireworks.
Okay. Councilmember Carbasi?
Okay, no, thanks staff and everyone for the comments. I think this is a good example of how this could have been handled offline rather than give new information out here and catch people off guard. I don't know how good billboards are going to be. I disagree with my colleagues. I don't think minorities are the problem. I think that people know what illegal fireworks are because you can't buy them legally. And we're doing this because we as a council asked you to do this. We've had overwhelming, every July 3rd, July 4th, July 5th, if you check a council member's cell phone, lots of calls. There's a fire in a palm tree. I'm worried about a fire at my house. I have dogs that run away, and we always worry about our pets because they get scared. And those are the illegal fireworks. So it's double speak today. Again, it's election season. Go do something about it, but then don't actually do something about it. No, I'm asking you to go do something about it. We need laws with teeth so we can stop a handful of people, like the street racing issue. They can legally enjoy this, or they can cross the line and create a risk for other people that are just going about their business. So we need stronger enforcement. This whole concept of not holding anyone accountable hurts the majority of people that are victims. I don't understand this mentality here, but that's just what we're facing. I'm asking you, at least in District 2, please hold people accountable. I'll deal with the political fallout. This is the law. Don't do it. Don't risk someone else's life. Bottom line, not for our kids or for our families or our fur babies. I do like the idea of a city-sponsored fireworks show. That's actually a really cool idea. I hope we can identify how to pay for it without taking away from something else that's essential. You know, I think it's a bit politically dishonest to suggest it's a poverty issue. I've enjoyed Chancey Park's fireworks without going into the park. If we can relax it, awesome. If we can do a city-sponsored show at Roding Park, Woodward Park, I love that. We just have to pay for it, and you know, we'll figure that out. But that's just how I feel on this. Please go enforce our laws, stop the illegal fireworks. I don't want to fire on the river because that'll be very devastating to the habitat and to everyone in the area. Thank you. Oh, and last, I forgot one more thing. When these fireworks go off, it actually, the Air Pollution Control District does report that it does affect our air quality for a short period of time, but it does. So if we can reduce that amount, that would also go a long way. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other members punched up on this item. We have a motion. We have a second with a slightly amended motion, I believe, with not amended. Okay, so it wasn't formal. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to item 1E?
Thank you all for putting this together.
Seeing none, yeah, item passes 6-0. Folks are on notice for illegal fireworks this year. Moving on to item 1F, and that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yeah. Council President, I just have one question for the fire chief. I see we're making quite a bit of movement on Fire Station 12. Where are we at with the fire stations in District 3? I know we've been talking about potentially a new one in the Tower District and then a new station for the South Industrial area where all the warehouses are. Have we made any progress on those projects?
Not at this time. We are, looking at those as part of our strategic plan, part of the general plan. We've talked about an infill station possibly at 450 Belmont. We're still looking at all of those options. It's funding is the challenge, right, with any project in the city. And we just have to look at ways to continue to value engineer fire stations, build them as economically as we can that will withstand for 50 or 75 years, and match the growth of this community.
All right, I'll make some time with the city manager to discuss those projects in this upcoming budget, but thank you for that. I'll defer to my colleague, it's her area.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. This is actually, I know, been a project that we've had on the list for, I think, since I came on board. And so I'm glad to kind of see this forward. The only thing that I would just say, I'm very supportive of moving forward with this. I did bring it up to the attention of the city manager as well, who wasn't not aware about the issues that I brought up to you a couple days ago or maybe last week. The graffiti, the blight around, the property that we purchased. It's gone worse since we bought it. And so it just looks really, really terrible right now in the neighborhood. And so I've gotten several complaints. So if we can make sure that it's properly secured, we maintain it, and that is clean enough. I know that it's going to take some time before we get it under construction or we do any demolishing. And so I would just ask that we keep it, clean and tidy. And so I did make the request to the city manager this morning, and I know that you and I have had conversations about that.
Chief, if you could work with facilities to make sure that we get that taken care of, that would be great if you haven't already.
Yeah, we will. Just for your edification, we go weekly. We work with H's team, city facilities, and they keep coming back. We board it up. They keep getting in. So it's something we may need to look at is if we remove the issue, the building, we might eliminate, the problem.
Yeah, because how long will the construction be, or how long before we have construction? A year, yeah.
Okay, so maybe we ought to look at taking the existing building down ahead of time as we're going through the design process. We'll have to have a meeting offline and talk about that.
Okay.
If it's coming down anyway, is it? Okay. We'll talk.
Yeah.
We'll talk offline.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that because it's become an issue in the neighborhood. So I know, and work for you guys too. So I recognize that. But thank you again, and I'm excited to see this project starting to move. Motion to approve.
Second. So we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone else punched up at this time. Any opposition to item 1F? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. All right, item 1G, also pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Just wanted confirmation that the city manager recommends another, sole source uniquely qualified.
Yes, council member, this is a location where we have spotty public safety radio coverage, and both the police and fire department have expressed to us the need to find a specific location so we will have radio coverage, and this site was identified as the perfect site to provide that public safety coverage, so I am in support of this.
Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. No one punched up. Any opposition to item 1G? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Item 1H, Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, Council President, I just had a question for the city manager on cannabis in general. What's going to be the process that we follow when licenses are rejected in the CUP process? Are we going to award to the next in line? Are we going to make it part of the next round of awardees? Have you guys put any thought into that process?
We've had several meetings. I would love it. Jennifer is much more articulate on this subject, that she can communicate everything that we've discussed more comprehensively than I can.
Jennifer, you have the floor.
Good morning, council members. So if an applicant has their CUP application rejected, the CUP approval is required in order for them to open their cannabis business. So that would make them ineligible. And right now, the city manager is reviewing the application pool. There's been so many changes that it's possible that we would have a new application process. We don't have a timeline for that yet. We are looking at everything right now to prepare for that because there is also still one retail permit in District 7 that has not been issued preliminary approval yet.
So if I understand you correctly, you haven't yet determined if you're going to create a whole new round? Or
We haven't closed the first application process.
Okay.
Not yet.
So there's still a chance that if there's available licenses, you would be awarding them under the current round?
The city manager.
It's a little tricky because we still have that one license out there. I mean, I think I've publicly said that my intent is to start a new process. Ideally, we would start that once the first process is closed. So it's a little bit of a timing issue, but it is my intent not to continue with the same process. And we meet every 2 weeks, and we're looking at where the applications are coming in. I guess I would say as soon as, if we can get the D7 resolved, we're watching the timeline of the CUPs, we can get that one resolved before we are confronted an issue with a CUP appeal, then we'll close the process and move forward. If I have to make an adjustment midway through, then I'll do that.
Thank you, and I don't mean to, flesh every detail out in the dais. I'm more concerned about, with this item, my district will have more than the initial 3 that we had contemplated. So if those don't go through the CUP process and they essentially become void, I'd like to just have an idea of when this whole thing, is it a new round, is it a new process? But it sounds to me like you guys still are kind of the wait and see because of that one pending license, which is fair. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Gary, you want to second that? Yeah, I'll go ahead and second that. I was waiting for Gary, but he didn't do it. All right, so any opposition to item 1, that's actually, is that H?
Yes.
1H.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, we on to item 1K. This is also pulled by Councilmember Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, and I just want to say, make a motion to approve, and I want to say my thank yous to the chief and, is it Deputy Chief? Farrah, what's your official title?
He is DC.
Deputy Chief and all those. You answered my questions. What I wanted to request, council, was some of these descriptions are very technical, and if you have a military background, you can clearly identify the equipment. I requested for us to provide photos and make them available so the public understands what kind of equipment we have. Isn't it the same item?
No, I think we're on the wrong item, council member.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Sorry, Chief and City Manager.
Pulled so many items, you got mixed up.
On 1K, City Manager, my only question is, can you summarize, can you confirm that we won't be allowing concealed weapons in the building based on this item?
Confirmed.
All right, motion to approve.
I'll second it, and I'll thank the city manager for meeting with myself and Council President Esparza to go over the specifics of the language.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. We have Councilmember Carbasi punched up as well.
City Manager, how much is the fence of immense privilege going to cost around the council members? About?
600, right? About 600 all in, I believe.
Okay. So my concern with that is, look, people that have a CCW go through a very strict process to get it. I don't own a gun. I'm not a gun person. But it's interesting that we're all of a sudden afraid of responsible gun owners and we're willing to spend $600,000. That can pay for a couple of fireworks shows. So maybe it'd be more prudent for us to stop wasting money and giving more special privileges to council members and use that money for something better. If somebody has a legal right to carry a firearm, it's protected by the Constitution, and they're a responsible owner, why should they not be able to do that? I mean, what is the real reason against that? I don't quite understand.
Councilmember Bredfield, you were punched up, or yeah, you're next.
I share the same concern. I don't think we should be spending $600,000 for this fence. We can use the money a lot of other ways. I also have been very clear that I don't want to punish law-abiding citizens who have CCWs, who don't, and the data proves it, don't get in trouble with their weapons. They know how to handle their weapons. They're trained to handle their weapons. They're tested to make sure that they can handle their weapons. The people we have to be concerned about are those who violate our laws and use guns illegally. Those are the ones we need to be concerned about. And so this, we're seeking a solution for a problem we didn't have. We never had a problem with anybody walking into this building who was a CCW holder. And then we decided to punish them and say, you can't come in here anymore, not because of anything you did, just because there are people who just want to take away your rights to protect yourself, even though you're a law-abiding citizen. So this is a furtherance of that, and so I'm not going to support it.
Councilmember Arias?
Councilmember Bradford, I just want to point out that, you know, the reason there's metal detectors in airports and metal detectors in government buildings is not for the general, because we're afraid of the general public. It's because there's always going to be one individual that is going to be mentally unstable, that may be armed, that needs to be screened out. It's for the safety of the general public. And from my perspective and my personal experience, we do have, at times, employees that may have a CCW, may have weapons, and have a mental, fallout that does, result in them posing a danger to people. And there's a need for us to protect ourselves. I feel comfortable with all the badges in this building that have weapons because they're trained. They're highly trained. In case there's an active shooter, we have armed police in this building. We have plenty of security guard. I'm not comfortable with the general public or employees in general to be carrying armed weapons and rely that they recognize me as friendly versus somebody who is a threat to them. So I'm gonna rely on trained officers to have the weapons and not take the risk with the general public or a general employee who may have a bad day and need some kind of assistance. So it's for the safety of everyone. So that's my position.
Councilmember Carbasi punched up again.
Oh, thanks, Mr. President. Can anyone from PD staff, I'm sorry, Chief, I didn't want to single you out, answer the process of obtaining a CCW in this town and how that works and what training goes into that? And just to share with the public, I'm not a fan of firearms. I don't like them. It's just never something I've been around with and grew up with. But I do love our Constitution. So I want to make sure we're very clear on this.
Well, I can give you a general overview. You know,
Okay.
being from Oklahoma, there's open carry, so there is no CCW process. Here, there is one. It's an application. There's a background check. You have to get your fingerprints, you know, processed, make sure that you're not a convicted felon. You do have to go through a training course by a certified training instructor before you're ever granted the license. And then a law enforcement agency has to, you know, issue that to you. Here in Fresno County, the Fresno Sheriff's Office does it. We do it. Fresno PD manages about 3,000 CCWs.
Okay. Now, when you're in the process of reviewing an application, and it's a pretty big part of your job because there's always a risk analysis, do you look at a person's previous history if there's any mental health issues or previous convictions or anything like that?
Yeah, if there's any concerns, once they get a license, if there's any concerns, if there's a violation, for example, one example is somebody leaves their firearm in a vehicle and it gets stolen. Well, here in California, that's a state misdemeanor, so we can take that CCW away for a certain amount of time and they can reapply later on.
Okay. So there are checks and balances on that. Okay. In a security analysis, again, none of us are experts on this. That's why we rely on you. Would you be concerned about a CCW holder or maybe just someone who doesn't have the training, doesn't hold a CCW, and maybe has an illegal firearm? I'm just trying to see why we would equate a CCW holder the same as any person rank and file in the public that we don't know what they have. Because those guns are registered.
Those guns are registered, and obviously you want to have somebody who has some training, not just for the gun safety, but who knows how to use the firearm, as opposed to somebody who doesn't. At the same time, I'm much more concerned with a criminal with a firearm than a CCW carrier with a firearm.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Chief. So I'd like to, and City Attorney, you can, or City Clerk, you can help me with this. I want to make a motion because we talked about the need of a fireworks show to instruct the administration to come back to the next meeting with an AAR to reallocate the $600,000 for, we need to be taking down fences and walls, guys, not putting them up for our privilege. Take that money away and put it towards a fireworks show for the public. Fireworks.
So council, you're asking to amend the motion to include direction to return at the next council meeting with a budget amendment to transfer the funds from the fence to fireworks.
Was there a motion on the table already, Clerk?
Yes, Councilmember Arias and Vice President Maxwell.
Miguel, do you accept the amendment?
What's the amendment for the record?
To instruct administration to come back with an AAR, unless we can do it now, City Attorney or City Clerk. But my goal is to take the money away from that fence that we're creating just for ourselves and put that towards a public use like a fireworks show this year, or carry it over to a couple years, depending on the cost of a fireworks show.
Council member?
Yes.
Information.
Please.
The project has already started. We've already expended funds. The wrought iron has already been received, so I can assure you there's not $600,000 left in the project budget. And there would likely be a charge to stop construction midway. Scott can clarify that, but I do want to make sure there is definitely not $600,000 left in the project budget because this project's been underway for a couple years now.
Thank you, City Manager.
Well, I don't think a fireworks show would cost $600,000.
But I just want to make sure
But it does help because we have to know the consequence of
Yeah.
our decisions.
So if I may,
I'd like to have Scott respond if that's okay.
I just want to respond to your request for the
Yeah.
amendment. I'm not inclined to support it.
No fireworks show, Miguel? You guys wanted this.
The fence is part of a comprehensive safety plan that we discussed in closed session multiple times and that we can't publicly discuss, but the fence was part of that safety plan. So you've asked and my response is no.
No, I appreciate that. I will say, though, I fully respect the sanctity of closed session. It's interesting because there are people that have been caught on record leaking closed session information and they get away with it. I'm not going to be lectured on that. But I will say this. I think that when we do things in closed session, there are it doesn't mean that everything we discuss, the context can't be discussed in open session. We've had enough things happen in closed session away from the public, and it's a politician's trick to hide things. The fact of the matter is we are spending, it's just public, over $500,000 on a fence just to protect the elected officials in this community from the people of this community, and we're punishing law-abiding citizens and treating them like criminals. And I get it. That's just the way it's going to go. But the double talk is very confusing. Do you want a fireworks show, or do you want to build a wall? That's my question. And you don't accept it, then we move on.
Council member, the fireworks show is not on the agenda. This agenda item is about the security fence as part of the comprehensive security plan. I've answered your question on the friendly amendment.
All right, we have Councilmember Redfield.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I have no problem with the screening that we do downstairs. But again, I still don't see that in lieu of people who are law-abiding citizens being able to come into this building as they've done for decades, literally decades, being law-abiding citizens who are CCW holders. And this notion of, we can have an employee have a bad day and then I guess go on a rampage is what you're alluding to is ridiculous. Officers can't be everywhere, we know that. We certainly want officers around. I want officers in every neighborhood because they are a deterrence. But the fact is they can't be everywhere, and the whole purpose of people who have CCWs is for protection. It's their Second Amendment right. Some of us really do support the Second Amendment and don't just mouth it, but actually believe it. So again, we shouldn't have been doing this. This was seeking a solution for a problem we didn't have and we don't have. I have no problem with security measures. I have a problem with taking away guns from law-abiding citizens who simply want to just be able to protect themselves, which is guaranteed under the Constitution. So I won't support this.
Councilmember Butterfield, can I just pose a question? Would you support removing metal detectors and allowing CCWs to be carried at the airport?
No. I would not support removing metal detectors from airports.
Would you support allowing
but
CCWs?
Carrying CCWs boarding planes is obviously a very different situation than this. You're comparing apples and oranges.
No, what I'm simply just suggesting is the security measures at the airport are in response to a real security threat that we have all experienced. And public buildings are designed to be the center of public debate. Our emotions get high, people in the public get frustrated and heated, and that's why government buildings across the country have additional security and safeguards, including weapons not being allowed into the building except by police officers, because by design, this space is created for us to have difficult, emotional, highly charged debates and dialogue, and it ensures everyone's safety and freedom of speech to do so, knowing that the only people carrying armed weapons are trained police officers. That's just my perspective.
That's your perspective,
Yeah.
and I respect that perspective, but understand this heated debate in this building has been going on for decades, long before you were here, and there were people who were carrying their weapons as law-abiding CCW holders, and we've never had an incident. And so this was an effort to make you feel more secure when those of us who understand that there are law-abiding citizens who carry weapons already feel secure by that. I'm insecure when criminals have guns. That's when I feel insecure, not when law-abiding citizens have them. And so, again, we were seeking a solution for a problem we didn't have, we haven't had, and there are plenty of public buildings that don't have these rules in place, that people actually can walk in if they're law-abiding citizens with CCWs. We've entered this decision because I guess the majority of the council feels uncomfortable with law-abiding citizens having guns and believing really in the Second Amendment. So it's just a different philosophy, that's all.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld, I just want to add, there are federal regulations on the airport, and we have to respect that, but this decision is up to the policy-making body of this city, the representatives of the people. Now, I'm not doing this because I don't like guns. I'm doing this because we are taking a decision that affects the constitutional rights of folks, and I want to be very clear on that. And that's fine. We have a difference of opinion. We're going to vote, and it's going to move forward. But I just want to make it very clear where I stand when it comes to our rights as Americans.
And I just want to end it, I'm a CCW holder. I've gone through the training. I've seen everybody who gets training and has CCW. and I'm a legal abiding citizen, and I'm okay with not carrying my weapon into his building because I know that there's metal detectors and highly trained police officers that have been trained in active shooter trainings or I haven't. The minimal training that you get as a CCW holder does not equip you to respond to an active shooter scenario in a building filled with thousands of people that mostly we don't know who they are, except that they're in the building either as a member of the public or as an employee. So it's okay not to have to carry your gun into a school site and to a government building.
Again, apples and oranges. Being unarmed really doesn't equip you to deal with a active shooter. But again, difference of philosophy.
Yes, and one final comment in response to that. I can assure you, council member, if God forbid that ever happened, whether it was here or anywhere else, and there was an active shooter, as I say, there can't be an officer everywhere. At that time, you're going to wish you had your gun.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote, and I would make one point of clarification, is that we've entered this conversation because of, again, closed session discussions we've had over several years. Again, part of a comprehensive safety plan, and that's why ultimately this issue has come up. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving item 1K?
I'm opposed.
Opposed.
We have 4 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 empty chair. Let's go to lunch. We'll pick up contested consent when we get back here about 1:30. We were going down the contested consent agenda. And that was pulled, 1P was pulled by Councilmember Soria. That was the next one in line. We have staff here. Item 1P.
Council President, I pulled this just for two reasons. One, to ask a question, and then two, just to kind of thank folks for bringing this forward. I know that this item is coming really forward because the community many years ago kind of requested us to do an update of the Tower District specific plan that was first adopted in the 1990s, right? 1991. Yeah, so, and there hasn't been an update to it since then. So the community for a number of years had been asking me. We have been doing several different specific plans over the course of the last 7 years. And so just given the bandwidth, we finally, I think, we're at a place where we had the staff capacity to get this one going in partnership, obviously, with WRT, which was the selected consultant. But very excited for it. I am glad I was reading through the scope of work. I'm glad that there were some scope enhancements in terms of the community outreach component, because I think it's very critical that the community outreach piece is robust when it comes to specifically this neighborhood, given that they're very active. I did want to just note when I was looking at some of the stakeholders and folks that were written to reach out to, I didn't see you guys include the business owners in the corridors. And so I know that we're, I think you guys pointed out, CBOs that may be working in that area and so forth, but I would really want to make sure that as part of the outreach scope that you guys do include the small business owners that have been there in that neighborhood for a very long time. So those were pretty much it. And, I want to make sure also my office, I know that the city is going to play a role in augmenting some of the information and educational material that will be given out to the community at large as we're going through the process, but want to make sure that our office, and I'm assuming also Council Member Arias, and I know it incorporates a part of Council President Esparza's district now, because he's taken some of the neighborhoods that are also part of the tower in the kind of Fresno City College Porter area, but that we are just included as you guys are going through the process, and that we can provide feedback as we've done in the past. So that was just pretty much it. But other than that, I'll make a motion to approve this item.
I'll second that. I don't see anyone punched up. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Is there any opposition to approving item 1P? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Moving on to item 1Q, that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yes, Council President. Who's here to address questions? Phil, Director, Assistant Director. And then is the Poverello House here too?
Yes.
Come on up. So Council, this has been a long time coming, and the city applied for a $5 million grant that it received to house the homeless in downtown Fresno. The grant was very specific to house individuals within the downtown triangle, 41, 99, and 180, with the commitment to find and provide permanent housing, and on a short term, ensure that those folks who are homeless in downtown Fresno are housed in this permanent housing project. So we've been back and forth with city staff on our goal to not only continue to replicate the metal shelters, a modern day version of a TEF shed, but to actually go into the world of tiny home villages. And we believe that this place is suited for that. So I just want to confirm, I know we've been going back and forth with the state. We've asked for some flexibility from the state. This was a competitive grant, so there's some parameters we have to meet. But I want to flesh out and make sure that we're clear that we will be pursuing a tiny home village at this location in the long term. In the short term, we will be looking at house these individuals in the existing pallet shelters that are at the Proverlo that we will, increase the capacity for in the immediate. But is that still the case? Is that our plan going forward?
So the plan that staff submitted in the grant application was not that. What you have, council member, have been, what we've been dialoguing about is that plan exactly. And so it would be to lease pallet shelters from Village of Hope 1, which is already in existence. The Poverello owns and operates that. And then we would pursue a tiny home village in your district within those boundaries that we talked about and still perform on the grant by sheltering 100 people from that triangle.
Perfect. And you have my commitment to continue to work with the state for whatever flexibility we need in the back end. I know there's some very clear operational performances we have to meet to secure the money, but I do think that downtown provides us a really great opportunity for a long-term permanent tiny homes. The mayor, myself, Member Chavez, and others have toured local manufacturers' tiny homes. It will have an additional cost downstream for the city, but it is a better and more permanent housing solution than simply the pallet shelters that we all knew were going to be temporary in nature. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Oh, there's a second already? Okay. I don't see anybody punched up. Is there any opposition to item?
Excuse me, Nelson. I'm sorry, Council President. I got all
I
jumbled.
didn't see anybody punched up. Yeah. It's
I was
all right.
pushing. I was
It's
trying to push
okay,
my button.
Georgianne. You can go for it.
Okay, I just want to make sure this has gone back and forth so many times. I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear on what Councilmember Arias just said and what the difference between what we submitted initially and what you all just discussed. What does that mean financially? Does that require an additional financial commitment?
So in the original proposal that the state approved, we had not budgeted to lease Village of Hope 1 from the Poverello house to house 100 individuals, shelter 100 individuals. That will come at an additional cost that was not budgeted for.
Of how much?
$144,000 per year for 2 years, so a total of $288,000 is what the POV has asked us to pay.
Okay.
Additionally, with the tiny home village concept, tiny homes cost more than pallet shelters, and we will need to identify a site, an appropriate site within the triangle for the tiny home village. That site, I don't know if there will be site acquisition costs. There will surely be site improvement costs, which we have not budgeted for. And so, that probably the gap is probably about $600,000 on top of the lease.
So we're going to have to figure that out still,
We'll
is
have
what
to
I'm
figure
hearing.
that out.
Okay. So council members, stay tuned. Because I think we're obviously our number one goal, other than housing the homeless, our secondary goal is making sure that we don't send $5 million back to the state. And so I think we're trying to find a way to be able to effectively and efficiently use the state grant while making sure that the council member for the district is supportive and on board with what the plan is.
And City Manager, I want to add, I fully recognize that there's going to be an additional cost to go from a metal shelter to a tiny home that has restrooms, kitchenette. It doesn't require community restrooms and community kitchens and things of that nature. But our overall goal is to figure out some permanent solutions in the right places. So we do have quite a bit of resources that are not yet allocated. Everything from the American Rescue Funds to CDBG funds that are forthcoming to some additional housing costs. So we have some time to identify those additional resources. But I do think that this is a unique opportunity to demonstrate to the rest of the city that we can do tiny homes in a way that is genuinely permanent, and that we can provide and doesn't require a lot of the community services that pose their own set of challenges. You know, if you put common use restrooms in a shelter, whether it's, you know, an formal encampment, informal encampment, that's a whole other series of challenges. And I also want to make sure that the restrooms we ordered with the intent to circulate them across the city continue to play that role versus permanently being stationed in one location for any particular shelter.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, we do 100% support tiny homes. I think the mayor stated yesterday that we were fortunate that Congressman Costa did agree to submit a tiny home village for an earmark. So we're really excited about that and to take advantage of our local manufacturers. But I just want to make sure this wasn't part of our original plan. And so we'll work to move forward and, you know, be diligent in trying to get this together. But we'll have to come back with what the funding opportunities are, and it will likely be at a point where we've got this on the agenda and we've got 3 weeks before we have to do something. So I'm putting you on notice. We're gonna get together and try and work as quickly as possible. But, you know, I certainly don't want my name on a letter to the state returning $5 million. So if this is the best outcome that we can come up with, then I think we need to, you know, go ahead and move forward with it, even though it's not the original concept that I thought we were all on the same page. Apparently we weren't, so we'll go ahead and move forward if that's what the council wants.
And I do want to clarify that the grant committed us to developing permanent, you know, housing.
Permanent shared housing, that's correct.
Permanent shared housing. Meadow shelters are not permanent, you know, they're temporary. Right. Just like tough jets were temporary, and after 25 years, they just became longer. So I do recognize more staff work, which, you know, apologize up front for, more city resources that we have to commit from federal and state resources. But I do believe that we have an opportunity to do it right, even though it might take us a little longer and cost us a little more, to find permanent housing in the form of a tiny home village that is uniquely located around all the other services in the city.
And I would just say, as city manager just indicated, the timeline that we'll be working on as staff, and we'll be working with your office on this, council member, we will intend to come back as soon as possible, because to establish the tiny home village within the parameters of the grant in time, we'll need to act sooner rather than later. Yeah.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Maxwell, you're punched up? No? Okay. Let's vote. Any opposition to item 1Q? Seeing none, item passes unanimously. Item 1R was next, also pulled by Councilmember Arias. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. This is where my lesson learned on the previous item is sometimes we don't pay attention to the details when we submit a grant, and then after we get awarded, we're all struggling to what was agreed upon and did we flesh it out correctly. This is not in my district, but I wanted to make sure that I was clear about this grant, which is being submitted, has us essentially relocating a facility from one part of the city to another part of the city. I know when those facilities get relocated in my district, they come with a series of challenges that we have to mitigate. So I just wanted to hear from the staff on how you're planning to mitigate the relocation of a facility of this kind.
Yeah, so Turning Point, Central California, is going to handle the relocation from Bulldog Lane to this new location on Pleasant between Dakota and Shields Avenue. That will not happen immediately because the new location is new construction. These are new apartment units that are currently under construction. So they have some time to make the relocation and ensure that the relocation goes smoothly.
And I wanted to follow up with some questions that just kind of more recently in this last week came up because I attended a block party actually right on Robinson Avenue off of Pleasanton. And I don't know if the PD can speak to this neighborhood, but when I was there, this is a very challenged neighborhood in terms of safety. And I know that in the staff report you say we're taking it from a more challenged neighborhood to a better neighborhood. But I was there talking to families in the block party, and what families were telling me is that, one, there's no real amenities for that community, and so we're gonna take these, they're gonna be families, right? So there's no park, no nothing for kids to play, and that they don't allow their kids to go outside because of the crime. And that's actually why we did this block party, in attempt to kind of try to figure out how we can address some of those challenging issues. I don't know if PD has any information on that. I just hate for us to take these families into a harder neighborhood, even though we think that it's a better neighborhood.
I don't have any hard numbers for you, council member, because we didn't
Yeah,
know this
no,
was
I
going to
know.
be an issue today. But that's my concern as well, is that it's a very difficult neighborhood with gang activity and shootings in that location. On the other hand, Turning Point's currently in Blackstone and,
No, this is a Bulldog Lane. This is a El Dorado Park.
yeah, I don't know that worse to better is
Yeah,
how I would
so-
characterize this.
Yeah, that's my concern. I think last time when I took it off the agenda, I felt like, okay, I needed a little bit more time. And then I went, coincidentally, we had a block party in this same neighborhood. And I'm just like, whoa, if we're gonna take families, unless we figure out how to really make that neighborhood a lot safer, I'm concerned that we're saying we're taking it to a better neighborhood. And that's just my honest opinion. I want to see these families housed in an area of higher opportunities, but I am concerned. And so that's why I wanted to kind of get that perspective. And even hearing from, the deputy chief, I'm like, ugh. So city manager.
I think Jody Cutcheside is on Zoom.
She is.
Do you mind if she addresses some of your concerns? Jody, are you up there? You out there? Brianna? You
She
here?
raised her hand,
Okay.
I think.
Hi.
Okay.
So a couple of things. This is a piece of property that was owned by the same person that we are leasing from at Bulldog Lane. And he had offered it up to put apartments on it, and he had to build in excess of what we needed. So the 26 units from Family Villa that are on Bulldog Lane would be relocating to this property. We have the entire property will be gated with its own playground inside. And these 19 units would be in addition to those. So we would relocate Family Villa, gate the property, try to turn the neighborhood if we can, which we do often. But
Jody,
in all honesty,
have you been to that neighborhood, and have you guys
driven through. I haven't been out and talked to the families, no.
Yeah, and so that was my concern. So I did get a chance to walk the neighborhood and to talk to many families that were there at the block party. And the only reason that they felt comfortable was because we had a major police presence and it was blocked off. And so I'm concerned, Jody, about the situation. I get it being gated, but I don't know.
If council doesn't feel comfortable with the partnership on this grant at that location, I can get with the property owner and see if there are other options, or another property owner and see if there are other options. The appeal to this is that it's new construction, it's additional housing. We wouldn't be buying an existing complex and potentially in a situation where we either can't move everybody in because there's people living there, or there's tons of renovations that need to be done to it. So we can look at other locations potentially. I don't know, Phil, how much of the actual we don't have to show site control or anything for the grant. So if we wanted to still apply, we could.
I think we want
to
to
other
apply,
locations.
absolutely. And I think if we don't have to have a site, I think that we really have to have a plan.
We have to have a site.
And include PD as we're talking about these, because I want to support new construction, but I also want to make sure that we're making a good decision and making sure that families are actually going to be in a safe neighborhood. And right now, I don't feel comfortable saying this neighborhood is safe, given the fact that I was just there. I heard it from families. You guys just heard it from the deputy chief. I'm concerned. So
Yeah,
I would want to apply, but I think if we have time to kind of figure out a plan, if it is this site, what is it that we're going to do to make sure that we're really making this neighborhood a safe place?
Yeah, a couple things, Councilmember. I just want to, comment on. I mean, first of all, so in terms of timing, so this is due tomorrow.
Well, that's fine. We
So-
said,
so we-
if,
so we
but
do need to-
she just said we don't have to commit to a site, so I'm comfortable
Well, I was
applying.
asking if we
No,
did.
we do need a
Oh,
site.
we do.
Yes, we need a site, because it's to your point, right? We have to have a plan. We say to the state, this is what the plan is. So it's due tomorrow. We do need to have a plan. We brought it last week. I think that a couple of things that are important to me as I think about neighborhoods and neighborhood safety. First of all, Turning Point is a fantastic provider. This is the
Yeah, I don't
same
have,
organization.
for me, it's not a provider issue. For me, it's a neighborhood.
So you're worried about the neighborhood impacting the families, or are we thinking about the families and this development positively impacting the neighborhood? That would be one of the things that I think is going to happen as a result of this relocation.
Phil?
And I think it's very positive.
If I may, just address a couple of the council members' concerns and whatever you decide to do in your district. But I could tell you, they are currently operating out of District 4, what's known as the El Dorado Park neighborhood, which some people know as Sin City, right? So it's, again, one of those historically troubled neighborhoods in my district. But, DC could correct me if I'm wrong. If it were to come down to calls for service, I don't think, we have many coming from that facility. It's coming
think
from surrounding neighborhood, but I think as far as calls of service, that hasn't really presented much of an issue, at least for the neighborhood they're in my district.
And I would add that we're giving these families through this relocation, first of all, better quality housing. First of all, I mean, this is new construction. This is phenomenal. And Turning Point's had a hand in designing it, which is great. So they've had family safety in mind as they've been working with, as Jody said, working with the same owner that they have this long-standing relationship with in this development. So that gives me a lot of confidence in the quality of the development, the quality of the design, and the enhanced quality of life for these particular families that will be relocating.
So,
Secondly,
if I may,
Those are not my,
this reminds me of when the county was housing all the homeless families on Motel Drive without addressing the significant crime, human trafficking, and drug trafficking in Motel Drive. As we have bought those motels, we've added security to each facility. We've been asking for better patrols. We've seen the crime decrease. What I'm concerned about is that we don't behave like the county and simply relocate a facility which we know has a lot of needs into a neighborhood that has far more needs without a security plan included in there. So I'm still, what I'm hearing is we don't have a security plan. We have a plan for the design, the operations of the facility, but we don't have a security plan for the neighborhood. And as a person that has to convince the neighbors, whenever we bring this kind of asset, Turning Point has several facilities in my district, and they're well run. But it's because we reassured the neighborhood that there was a security plan for the whole neighborhood as they accept the burden of this kind of facility that's necessary in the city. I don't hear that there's a security plan amongst the police department and the planning department that's proposing and completing this grant.
yeah, I would, so what I hear you asking for is really not just security as a whole. I mean, we've spoken to some of the security elements which all impact security, but you're actually asking for a plan that probably involves police or a private security company, which is an aspect of providing security for a family, but it's not the whole thing. But I would absolutely, we would commit to work with the deputy chief to come up with a plan if we can get your support on applying for the grant. We're not asking to accept the dollars. We're just we need to apply to meet this deadline.
And I get it, but once you apply and you get the dollars, then, you know.
Yeah, and I would just say,
We're kind of in a situation where like, oh, well, you don't want to lose the $5 million that we were just, and I get it, it was brought last week, but the thing is, this is the situation, city manager. No one really looked at those issues, and from what, at least no one came early enough to talk to me, but for it being on the agenda the last, in the last previous time. So I think we might have resolved this before. It's just, I'm in a very tough position because yes, the project is great. We want new construction, we want new units, but for me, it's really the safety issue, not from the construction and having the families in this new place, the neighborhood. And that's what concerns me, for the kids walking to school.
Right.
So.
Can I just, Jody, what's the size of the total number of units in this development?
So it's a total of 48 units.
Okay.
26 of those are the family villa project that will be moving there anyway. And then these are just 19 units for this particular funding stream.
So it's happening anyway, outside, well, I don't know, I don't want to speak on behalf of Turning Point, but we are a part of the project. So regardless of whether we use grant funding to help fund these 19 units, there is a family housing project that's going into this location that I hear your concerns, council member, that we'll still have to address.
I just want the kids to be safe. I want them to be able to walk down the street without being worried that they're going to be shot at. That's my major concern. For even those other families that are about to move in, regardless of these $5 million. I'd like the deputy chief, if he seems to want to just say.
Let me just reiterate our commitment to this council and to this city government, our commitment to safety in that neighborhood and our efforts that are already gone into that neighborhood. The only thing I would object to would be a characterization that this neighborhood is safer than the neighborhood it's leaving. I don't think we can stand on that as a statement that's based in either data or conjecture. We're more than happy to work with housing and planning and everybody to make Pleasant Avenue a safer place to be. We're already working on that right now. And the chief has plans to roll out additional personnel for the Northwest District to immediately address those issues, particularly in that neighborhood. We've focused on that neighborhood as well recently and have driven shootings down in that neighborhood, made that place safer. So we're all committed to doing the right thing here. But as far as being able to honestly stand in front of you and say that Pleasant Street is a safer neighborhood than El Dorado Park, I don't know that I can make that statement. I don't have that data. We haven't made that data run. We can do that for you. I don't know if we can do it by tomorrow.
So we can take that out of the grant for sure. I definitely, what we do as an agency and with our projects, when we move into a neighborhood, we work with Fresno PD to see what we can do to make the neighborhood better. Phil, I can't remember, did we put a 24-hour security in the grant budget? Because if we did, we could, and we need to add in, we could even put them on patrol in the neighborhood too. We could do we could have the security company patrol the neighborhood as well, to help to increase safety. But definitely want to work with Fresno PD to figure out what we can do to try to make a neighborhood better. We did move into on Clark Street over on Blackstone and Ashland behind the grocery outlet, and that was an extremely rough neighborhood. We had a lot of problems in the neighborhood when we first moved in. We started doing resource fairs and inviting the neighborhood, and now we don't really have any issues with the neighbors. So there are methods to working with the neighborhood that you're in and helping to turn it.
Hey, Jody.
I understand that. So what I want to do, I'll motion to approve this, but I want to make sure that there is, as part of your guys', when you guys bring it back for me to approve the project, that there's really a safety plan in place and that there is a real commitment. I know that we've approved additional resources, and I know that PD will be rolling out an additional plan. And I know that they've already made significant efforts in that neighborhood. That's why we had this block party. But I think, the statement made in the staff report that we're going from one neighborhood to a better neighborhood, I don't know if I would really put it like that. I get it, that's going to be new construction, so it'll be better housing, maybe quality of housing, but I just want to make sure that we all understand where this is going and that we do need to do better by these families by improving the safety of the neighborhood, because I would hate to later, 3 years or 4 years from now, say the kid is walking, to school and, they get shot up or something. That's what I fear. So I will motion to approve that, but I did want to make sure that it's clear that I do have concerns when it comes to safety.
I'll second that motion, and I would encourage Jody and the rest of the folks as you apply for these grants. We have a big city, and there's no reason why we couldn't be pursuing new construction in opportunity neighborhoods and these kind of facilities across the city. So I would encourage you guys to really look about how we have a citywide housing crisis, citywide homeless crisis, citywide drug addiction and housing crisis, and we need citywide solutions. We keep on seeing the repetitive, only in certain parts of town solutions. So I would encourage you guys to consider those things as you draft these grant proposals.
And city manager, I think.
Totally agree with you. The issue tends to be that these kinds of projects fund fair market rents, and when investors buy properties further north, they're not fair market rents. So, and this property owner just happened to have this property and wanted to relocate us into better units. The units that we're in now are definitely not what we want to be providing housing in.
Thanks, Jody. Thank you, council member.
Thank you.
Gracias, Jody. Gracias, concejal.
Okay.
Muy bien.
We good, council? Let's
Estamos
vote.
bien. Concejal,
Yep.
Roosevelt.
All right, do we have a motion and a second already on the floor? We do, okay. All right, any opposition to item 1R? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Item 1U, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Police Chief. Thank you for you and your staff answering my questions earlier on this item. I think the intent of the state legislature was to make sure that the local governing body and the public understood what equipment we have and what it's used for. I did request photos to see for myself what the equipment is referencing, so thank you for that information. My only question for you, Chief, is on page 6, you describe on an SRT van, category 5. I think the cost is $162,000, but in your description, the life expectancy of that vehicle is March of 2022. So we're past it. Is your guys' plan to continue using the vehicle, to replace in the upcoming budget, or is there any modifications?
In
that
this
have
upcoming
expanded the life?
budget, I've proposed that we replace actually our mobile command center, our crisis negotiations equipment. The other piece of equipment, although it is past its recommended use, there's no serious issues with it. We've replaced several things. I mean, it's a piece of equipment, and we've managed to kind of limp along. So at some point, yeah, absolutely, if the council wants to make a motion to replace that, I would certainly appreciate that.
But at this point, it's still operational?
It is still operational, and
All right.
it is.
With
being
that, I'll
deployed.
make a motion to approve the item. Thank you.
I'll second it. I do have a quick question for you, Chief. I think a lot of people read the title of this, and there's some misinformation out there. Do you want to give just 10, 15 seconds.
Thank you
tell
very
them
much
about
for
how
that
this is gonna
opportunity. I
increase
really
transparency.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Assembly Bill 481 is basically an attempt to make sure that police departments across the state of California are in compliance with this bill, but also to make sure that we increase transparency and accountability as it comes to, related to the equipment that we buy. The equipment that is categorized as military equipment is not military equipment. It's as it is defined by the state of California. As a matter of fact, most of the things in the PowerPoint that we sent to the city council, most of the items, the equipment is not military equipment. There is no branch in the military that uses any of this, including the piece of equipment that Councilmember Arias talked about. So I like this because it increases accountability. I like accountability. The fact that we're not going out there buying equipment that's going to hurt people. This is life-saving equipment. And I would like to point out that our SWAT team, in the last 8 years, they used most of this equipment. They have not shot and killed anybody. But I lost count of how many lives we've saved. This equipment allows us to get close enough to pull hostages out of bad situations, to get close enough to protect our police officers. It is to save lives, and we've done so very successfully in this city.
I appreciate the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, while I have you here too, I noticed on page 4 that on some equipment, we're sharing the cost of maintenance with Clovis Police Department and Fresno County Sheriff's Department. Do you guys do that pretty frequently where I'm assuming it's a vehicle that we don't need that often and it's cross-jurisdictional mutual
Right.
aid?
I think you're talking about our Bearcat, which was a joint equipment. This was something that was purchased by the county and by Clovis. Since then, Clovis has purchased their own Bearcat. FSO has purchased their own Bearcat. We still have the same old one. So we're the only ones really using it.
Okay.
So that is a piece of equipment that I've asked to be replaced. There's no money for it right now, but that's something that in the future I am going to ask for because it's very old, not relatively old, very old. And we've kept it limping along. Okay. And anything that we pay for the maintenance is just to keep it operational.
And my last comment, Chief, on this is, I know in the past, whenever we finish a war conflict, there's a lot of excess military equipment that is typically passed on to local municipalities on $1 or $0. But it's underestimated how much it costs to maintain those apparatuses and equipment. So I appreciate you guys describing this, not just the equipment, a photo of it, but also the operational cost, because that's really important for us to understand the cost of all these equipment. So thank you again for the clarification.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Butterfield?
What was, Councilmember Arias asked you about a piece of equipment you said you don't need to replace right now, but it is old.
Yes, he's referring to our Category 5 SRT van. This is something that we deploy out to scenes. It helps us to basically do a command post at a certain location.
Okay.
Obviously, if there's not a district close enough, we need a way to communicate and to shelter our officers.
So you don't need it replaced now. But you said something about if there was a motion or something for it to pass, but
right. So what I try to do, just to be fiscally responsible, is we prioritize these things.
Right.
So I only ask for the things that we need the absolute most. I can tell you that the Bearcat and the CNT vehicle, or Crisis Negotiations Team vehicle, are the highest priorities right now, in my opinion.
Okay. And the Bearcat is exactly what? What does that do?
A Bearcat is basically an armored vehicle. It is not a tank. The military does not use any Bearcats whatsoever. As a matter of fact, it's not armored to where it can withstand, ballistics, militaristic ballistics. This is simply, it allows our negotiators to get close enough to communicate. It is an armored vehicle. It basically looks like a big SUV, but it allows us to have close communications. These have saved lives, countless lives of police officers across the country, because if we were fired upon with, for example, an AR-15 or an AK-47, it will not penetrate.
Right.
It'll also cover like a 308, high-capacity rifle ammunition, but something higher caliber like a 50 cal, which we don't have any 50 cal that's listed in this 481 bill. We don't have anything above 50 cal. It won't stop that. So yes, absolutely, that's something that I would love to have replaced at some point. I only ask for things that we absolutely need and we can afford, so we can continue to limp along until we have the money for it.
So the Bearcat you need and the CN2 you need.
Mm-hmm.
And what are the costs of those?
A Bearcat is fairly expensive. It is upwards to $350,000. We actually tested several here recently. A company from Canada brought us theirs, so it's quite expensive. The CNT vehicle is actually it's in the proposed budget, and I don't remember the cost. Do you mind? 350 on the CNT too. Okay, so they're both 350 approximately. CNT, I would like to say that that falls right in line. That's our crisis negotiations team equipment. They have radio communications. They can use a throw phone to communicate with individuals who are barricaded, which happens frequently in our city. And they've been very, very successful in de-escalating situations, in talking people out of homes instead of us having to force our way into the home, which is a lot more dangerous. So without a doubt, it falls in line with the recommendations of criminal justice reform for us to be able to de-escalate situations.
So are these two vehicles, the Bearcat and the CNT, are you putting that in for your budget requests for this new coming budget?
No, just the CNT vehicle. That's the highest priority right now. The Bearcat, we can limp that along for couple more years if we're lucky.
Councilmember, just so you know, when we go through the budget process, the police department submits a number of requests outside of equipment as well, as far as staffing, equipment. So, they prioritize sort of the heavy equipment. And so they do have a request in through the mayor's proposed budget but, we look to them to prioritize their list as to what's most important. And, I think probably they look at maybe one heavy equipment response and then the other items and to look to future years, sort of phase things in.
So that process, I just want to make sure that it is included if it's needed, as we deal with the budget process, because, I'm certainly, okay. And, as far as I'm concerned, if you need an armored tank, I'm willing to support that as well.
Thank you for the offer. We actually don't, but the Bearcat would be nice.
Okay, but if you need the armored tank, let me know.
Councilmember, I appreciate your support and full disclosure. There's a lot of federal money, a lot of federal grants that we're always actively looking for. So if we find one, if we come across one that'll buy this type of equipment, then we're going to put in for the grant. Coincidentally, AB 481 allows us to continue purchasing these. If we were not compliant, then we could not obtain that type of equipment in the first place.
Well, because we have a lot of money. We're buying a theater, a Tower Theater, so we have tons of money to buy things. So if you need it, just put it on the list. We can get it accomplished.
We can also get you a new fence, Chief, if you need it for their headquarters. I know it's important to keep our officers safe.
I got a couple aging helicopters as well, too, for just...
Well, let's not go too far now.
Chief, if you need an Air Force, let us know.
Yeah, thank you.
Some of us are willing to support
Thank you
that.
very much.
Chief, you're done. There's no need to come back on June 10th. You got your order.
We will fund you a helicopter from the mayor's budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for the descriptions and the clarity.
All right. Great. Fantastic. There was a motion and a second already. Okay. Any opposition to approving item 1U? Seeing none, council agrees unanimously. Item 1Y. Arias.
Yes, just a simple question, two questions for Public Works Director. One is, I know you guys this project would install bike lanes in the area. My first question is, have you looked at the conditions of that roadway, and would that roadway be repaved, or are we just focusing the project on the actual bike lanes?
This project does just focus on the bike lanes. It slurries the area where the bike lanes go and the buffer, and that's it. There's no roadway maintenance proposed.
So Scott, if that roadway has, potholes the size of our mayor's head, are we just gonna, go by and patch the pothole, or are we gonna fix the road? The mayor didn't hear me, of course.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. Yes, if there are any potholes, our maintenance crew can fill those in advance. The slurry would provide a maintenance benefit, long life for the pavement, and we actually have the balance of the roadway on the slurry seal list for the contract that council just approved. So these state grant dollars will pay to slurry over where we're reconfiguring, and then we have dollars to slurry the balance.
Okay, so we are slurring the whole street, not just where the bike lane's gonna go.
Correct. The state grant will slurry over where the bike lanes are, And then we have the other contractor. Council's already awarded that contract. We'll get the whole thing
Got it.
curb
So
to curb, and any
Perfect.
potholes, absolutely.
Thank
will
you,
be
Scott. I
fully
actually use
patched.
my bike in this roadway, so I can tell you where all the potholes are. I don't want to just have a slurried bike lane, so thank you for that clarification. And my second question is, when does the construction or the improvements begin? Summer, as in?
No, this summer.
This summer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, I just also want to add, Scott, is this not the project that had to do with the Blackstone-McKinley project?
That's correct. And the council approved that previously. It's part of a, multi-phase, multi-component agreement with the housing developer. And that was part of the application to the state for grants. We had to install new sidewalks within the vicinity and also a certain mileage of bike lanes, protected bike lanes actually, within a 1 mile radius. So this is that part of the protected bike lane.
Perfect. Scott, can you just make sure you give our office advance notice? Because in that corridor is a lot of businesses. There's parking also that happens. So we want to be prepared for any complaints when the construction begins.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Hey, we got an empty seat over here.
Go ahead. You have to announce it.
Because we got to go to the bathroom. All right, seeing no opposition, the item passes 7-0. Next up on contested, we have item 1BB, which was pulled by Council Member Bredefield.
Yes. So this is, I guess, adding a full-time position as council assistant in the Council City Support Division. So maybe you can explain to me what this position will be, what the full-time salary will be, why we need the position. That's what I'm asking about.
I'll give the overview, Councilmember Bell, since I put the agenda item. So historically, the City Council has had support staff. This past year, we actually utilized, I think, Mr. Andy Heath for the budget conversation. With all the ARPA funding, with the Rebuild Fresno, with all the projects that the City Council has, and having served last year as Council President, I felt it would be beneficial to include an additional position to see through a lot of the projects, particularly with all the cleanups that we're doing with trash, with the new ordinance that went into effect. So this position would essentially be support for that. And what staff did, if you look at believe the second attachment, is essentially mirrors what a council assistant would be, obviously at the discretion of the council president under that 8th budget. And so that was basically the salary range that we included in there. And I think our city attorney included that same language that mirrors what a council assistant would be, for example, in your office or in my office.
So have you set a salary aside for whoever takes this position now, or is there something set aside?
It got averaged out. If you look at the allocation, it's 20,000 that's being moved from now until the end of the fiscal year. And then obviously we'll have that conversation during the budget on that, but it would essentially be the same range that any council assistant would make. So
it hasn't been selected yet?
No.
Who knows what that range is? I don't know what the range is. Do you know what the high end is?
What was the top end? Tina, I believe, helped with putting together the patch. I believe it's a little less than like 102,000, I think. Was
I
top
think
end.
all in with benefits, it goes up to about $10,000 a month with benefits.
With benefits. What is the salary range without the benefits?
I think it's just under 100,000 at the top end.
That's the number that we got.
Okay. And who's...
Hold on. Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah.
We are building the budget and just trying to get the council offices set. Did I just hear 100,000?
Yeah, the max for the salary.
Max,
Oh,
we're talking
okay.
about range
Salary.
from low end to
Okay,
high end.
okay. We had inquired of your office and got a number that was much lower than that. So
You got a
whenever you
number
all
for-
decide, could you let
for-
us know ASAP,
A number for
please?
what? City man- What was the number that you got? For
I
what?
think what I heard was a base, not including benefits, was 55,000. So if it's going to be something higher than that on the base, then could you please let us know ASAP, because we're wrapping up the budget, putting
Right.
the budget.
Yeah, that's why we allocated the 20,000 to the end of fiscal year, right?
But we're building the
Obviously, we're gonna have a conversation during the budget about what that looks like going forward,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So
we were
that's
trying
not
to-
decided. I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yeah.
That has not been decided, and whatever that amount is that the council decides collectively, we will obviously include that in there, if that's the
Okay,
will.
okay, I must have misunderstood the email.
Okay. And so, has this been a position that we've had filled before?
It was in the 8th budget, I think, City Manager Jan, you recall, I think, now Assistant City Manager Barfield served in that role with the 8th budget support. I think it was like the budget analyst.
Yeah, it was sort of the thing that I think you guys have Andy Heath do. It was more of a budget analyst for the city council in past years. And then I think you guys decided to outsource that to Andy Heath.
That was the extra office that we had back there that now is storage, that we had
And
allocated.
for the record, I never held that position.
Oh, no, that's right, you were
I was the chief.
and the downtown.
And the homeless czar.
And a couple
And the
other
homeless,
things, man.
yeah,
Right, right, right.
that's right.
Other duties.
And the
Correction.
council member.
So nobody's, or Andy held this position when he was doing the analyst, that's how he got paid, but nobody's been in there on a full-time
No,
basis?
nobody's been in there.
This is new?
That's correct.
Okay. And so who will this person report to? I mean, who actually is hiring and
It
firing?
will be the council president.
So the council president.
So you're creating more work for me?
So, and again, the
Perks
job,
of the job.
the job responsibilities of this person who reports to the council president is to do work for the council or the council president?
The council as a whole,
The council as a whole, but that person reports to the council president.
correct.
Now, council member, I mean, we all have staff, some have more than others, which is fine. Everybody has different districts and different needs.
Right.
I mean, I assume that all of those issues are being dealt with by our own staffs. Why the need now to add this person, which, you know, let's assume it's roughly a $100,000 position? Why? Why the need?
With the need that I believe we're gonna have with all the projects that are coming by way of ARPA, by way of the community cleanups, by way of just the amount of workload that the city council offices have incurred, I think will be very beneficial. And I say that, Councilmember, as having served as council president last year and seeing the amount of work that it takes to do that position, I think it would be helpful to have that support for the council as a whole and also for the council president.
Okay. And you have somebody in mind for this position already?
Well, we're going to invite a couple people to apply, obviously, and then go through the process, and we'll see who gets selected.
Okay. I've heard that Jim Veros is somebody who's being looked at for this position. Is that accurate?
Yes, he will be one of the candidates.
So this is somebody who's has, or I don't know if he has contracts now with council members. Does he have active ones, or?
Yeah, City Attorney, could you go over the process of what that would look like in order for somebody to financially divest and be eligible to work in this role?
Yes, either the contract could be canceled, or if the person would be a member of, say, an LLC, and the entity that is a party to the contract, they could divest themselves of that entity.
And what proof would they need to submit in order to satisfy that?
I'm sure there would be some kind of corporate documents. Well, if it's canceling the contract, that's fairly straightforward.
Right.
Otherwise, just some kind of corporate documents indicating that.
Right.
Okay. I won't support this, not because it's Mr. Veros. I just think we have our staffs, and that ought to be what we need to get projects through. And I think, you know, we've had this discussion about staffs, and people hire other staffs that, in terms of numbers, than other districts, and the argument has been, well, there's greater need. I accept that. I agree with that. And now we're adding another position, and so, I don't know, it just seems like we're continuing to spend for positions, and I think we functioned quite well without this position before. We've never had anybody in this position on a full-time basis. We've just used it as, in a sense, a holding point to have a budget analyst, and now we're going to fill it with a full-time person to handle supposedly the entire council, yet that person reports to one person, the council president. So it strikes me as problematic in a number of ways. So for me, I won't be supportive.
So if this position is hired, you would not want this person helping with District 6?
I feel like we were able to handle things at this point. I don't feel the need to hire another person unless,
Point taken.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're handling it as we need to. And I would feel if I needed to hire somebody else, I'd hire somebody out of the district budget we have, which is $700,000, which is plenty of money. So.
Well, we'll see after the budget. District 6, but no, I'm just kidding.
You guys may take all my money. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
See how much the audit's going to cost.
Put it out there in the universe.
Want to take the money from Gary's budget to pay for this position?
Why not? We're paying for the audit.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld, for that. I'll make the motion.
And the audit.
Thank you.
I'll second. We have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone else punched up. Is there any opposition to item 1BB, giving me more work?
Yeah, I'm opposed.
One opposed. All right, on to item 1EE, Councilmember Bredefeld. We already know what you're going to say.
Yeah, we don't need to belabor this. I could have just said, let's vote no. Even Dr. Fauci has said the pandemic is over, gentlemen. Even Dr. Fauci. I'm against it.
Gary, if you come up sick one Thursday, I don't want you to come to work. I want you to stay home and Zoom in. Keep us all healthy. And passing this will give us that option. Once a month.
Come share the love at City Hall.
No. Stay home if you have a sore throat, please. Okay, so any opposition to item 1EE? One opposed. All right, that concludes consent, including contested consent.
Did we get the motion and second on 1EE?
Oh, I'll motion to approve it. Second by District 2 Councilmember. Any opposition? One opposed from Councilmember Butterfield. All right.
Workshops.
We have 2 workshops. What time is it? Okay, not bad. 2:30. All right, so our first workshop is going to be, let's see here. Workshop on the presentation of the annual report of the Downtown Fresno Partnership. Period.
Council, I just want to say thank you to Jimmy for his patience and his understanding. He learned a lot last meeting, waiting for this item to come up about theaters. But today we want to talk about downtown. And again, we're trying to get back on schedule with our downtown partnership and the annual report. So Jimmy, take it away.
All right. Thank you, City Council, for allowing me to be here to present to y'all. Let me, sorry, did it adjust better? There. I really appreciate the opportunity to present. I think it's the first time I've got to do it in person. I think the last 2 times have been through Zoom. So, what we're reviewing today is the accomplishments of Downtown Fresno, the Downtown Fresno Partnership, and the Downtown Fresno Foundation over the year of 2021. How do I forward through? Do I just ask someone to flip through? Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. And the next one. And this is where we'll go ahead and start right here. So the previous one was just a list of board members for 2021 and staff members. Oh, perfect, thank you. So what we see here is the first thing I want to talk about, the business development for downtown. As you know, 2021 was another split year of the beginning of the year was a lot of people still at home. Businesses were still operating on a lot of outdoor only, not a lot of workers downtown at the time, and then everything opened up again starting in May, June. So what we did was at the beginning of the year, we focused our efforts on business attraction. We did a number of things to try to drive new businesses to the area. We did get about 9 new businesses open during that time, including Fig and Honey, Hummus Republic, Living Together, Dad Tacos, and a few others. We had ended the year with a few new leases as well that have opened up in 2022 or are still working on opening up. Lots of positive news coverage of downtown for a lot of the good things we were doing during that time. And then, of course, all the development that has been approved or happening. And that's not just some of the new projects like the Mural District Lost, but groups like Yara Law improving the looks of their building, Proctor's building getting under construction, so a lot good happening there. The property resources and referrals, that's when we basically get people who are interested in downtown and we try to get them to locate down here. We take those leads, we give them tours of properties, connect them with brokers or with property owners in order to facilitate those leases. We did do a digital media campaign, our business-to-business campaign, that ran from January through May. We focused it on the greater Central Valley, Bay Area, Central Coast, and LA in order to try to get people's attention on investing in downtown Fresno or locating businesses, whether it's expansion or moving here. We had pretty good results from that. It was run through the Jeffrey Scott Agency, who was developing and running the ads for us. We also relaunched our Create Here campaign, which is our grant program, which has had great results in the past, bringing a lot of good businesses into downtown. That actually just wrapped up, as most of you probably know, but we kicked that off in December. PPE distribution, this was a partnership we did with the Chamber of Commerce. They provided us with masks and hand sanitizer. We were able to distribute that to 59 different businesses downtown that took advantage of that. We, of course, always updated our website for the public, and others had information about what businesses were open during the pandemic, what outdoor dining was available, things like that, so we could keep people in tune, and then once things opened, let people know what was happening there. There was also two grant programs that we facilitated during that year. Both of these took funding from Downtown Fresno Foundation, which raised the money independently of the partnership. We gave out 9 grants for facade improvements. A lot of this money, $25,000 total, was spent. A lot of that money was used for businesses to repair windows and other vandalism that had happened during the pandemic. Some actually put it towards the improvements of facades like Yara Law Group. And then we also did a mural grant with 6 of those awarded, which were able to help beautify the area. Got the button here. For the public outreach, our business to consumer marketing, we also ran a digital campaign for that, which started in May. The idea was that, we'd spend the first half of the year targeting those businesses to look at coming downtown. The second half of the year was focused on getting people back downtown. The digital campaign ran in those exact same markets. We had about 5.6 million impressions that came from that. We also, our social media reach still continued to improve year over year. It took a small dip during the COVID pandemic, but we bounced back big time last year, having better numbers than ever before. Website, same thing. I think we ended up with 30,000 more total users than we had in 2019 when we still had events and stuff going on. So it shows that people were really interested in getting back downtown to do stuff there. You'll see the Google Ad Grant. That is also a separate grant that we were able to secure a couple years ago. We've kept that going. It basically allows us to boost keywords for searches on downtown Fresno. So when people are looking for specific things, we come into the top of the search on that. And that's all free money. We don't have to spend anything on that. So. We also continue to send out newsletters to the public as well as to businesses, informing them of what's going on. Restarted our segment on Central Valley Today show that spotlights downtown businesses, event producers, and things like that, and had 24 appearances there, and are still sending out press releases to announce things that are happening in downtown. Events, we didn't really get to start doing too many events until May, June. That's probably when we kicked off Art Hop and things like that again. As soon as Art Hop started, we saw a lot of people coming downtown, and we're continuing to see that grow month after month. It did great. We did Market on Kern again starting in May, which is our market we do in front of the convention center. One of the most important things we did, though, were the Beautify Fresno downtown cleanup events, and we want to thank Beautify Fresno for their partnership in that. We had incredible turnout at all of our downtown events, got a lot of trash picked up there, which you'll see more on our trash pickup later, but it did a really amazing work there. So, additionally, we restarted the Fulton Street Party again for the first time since 2019, and also did the Christmas Parade for the first time since 2019. Both of those were pretty successful, and we were happy with those. And again, we brought the Christmas tree back to Mariposa Plaza, and I do want to give a special shout out to Councilman Arias for helping us keep the tree lit because we had our plug stolen multiple times. So thank you for your assistance with that. Let's see. The next will be environmental enhancements, and this is probably where we make the biggest impact on downtown. The first bit is all about our ambassador team. We have 4 ambassadors that basically go around, greeting people, helping clean up the area, looking for graffiti, looking for vandalism. They do incredible work. Just in the 1 year alone, 2021, they picked up over 20,000 pounds of trash and reported almost over 1,000 instances of graffiti that they found. They also were working to identify illegal dumping, which has been an increasing problem we're seeing downtown. 66 total incidents of that they found. The dumpster issue still continues to be a problem for downtown, especially with homeless breaking into those dumpsters. The ambassadors proactively work to make sure that those dumpsters are staying locked. They work with business owners, property owners, report damages to Mid-Valley. If there's been a fire in the dumpster, we try to get that replaced as quick as possible, and we've had pretty good success with that. Even during the supply line issues, I think they were able to help try to keep that under control when they were having trouble replacing those lids and everything. They helped with some homeless outreach. When they did confront homeless individuals, instead of just pushing them down the street, they did, try to get them connected with services through the task force and now the HEART team. Whether it's, also connecting directly to Poverello, they were able to give people water when they needed it, and took proactive stances there. Downtown Fresno Partnership's also maintaining 50 trash cans in downtown. Those are along the Van Ness corridor, Kern Street, and then also on Fulton, north of Tuolumne. The partnership pays for those. Mid-Valley does the servicing. We did repairs on all those cans, so we got all the lids resecured, and so that way people can't pull the liners out of those anymore. Let's see. And then, of course, parking. We finally got digital meters throughout all of downtown, which we were happy with. We tried to help spread the word on how to utilize those and continue to work with the city to spread the word on what's going on with those. We also partnered with Ace Parking that had the ambassadors checking out the garages, especially before baseball games and things like that, to make sure that they were remaining clean or as clean as they could be, because we were seeing such an increase in homeless activity that we wanted to make sure our guests felt comfortable coming in there. So. Going to policing, we did get the police cadet program downtown, also patrolling at night, which has helped incredibly. We have a really great relationship with our police department, our downtown police unit. We have regular communication with them, so as incidents happened, whether it was a break-in or something, that downtown police unit was able to respond quickly or follow up on break-ins and talk to the businesses as needed. We have monthly meetings with them as well as all the security teams that we work with downtown, the private security, so we can all share info and make sure everyone knows what's happening. We also have our Clean and Green Committee, which meets 5 times a year, and we also share that info within there, so it goes to other property owners and other city departments as well, so we're all kind of talking to each other and know what's happening. Downtown Fresno Partnership continues to pay for overnight security patrols in what we call zones 2 and 3, and that's the Van Ness and Fulton corridors and the alleys adjacent to those. Those security patrols basically run from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. looking for anyone messing with property, trying to break into property. It's basically an enhancement to the police patrols we have. And then you'll see also the downtown crime stats, which we have continued to see a increase in a lot of stuff happening in downtown during that time. The cadet patrols and all that help bring it back down towards the end of the year. And a lot of the issues you see, like the homicide and sex offenses, from our understanding, a lot of that wasn't actually happening within the PBID specifically. It was happening outside and related to the homeless encampment that was at H and San Benito. So in the PBID itself, we're not seeing a lot of violent crime. We're seeing property crime increases still. And actually, it might go down. I haven't seen the stats yet for this year, but we had been seeing those through the pandemic. So. On the administrative side, we worked with the city for addressing homeless issues, worked on getting streetlights repaired. We had a lot of streetlights out throughout the Brewery District and other areas of downtown, and the city, Councilman Arias, Mayor's office really came to the table and helped get those replaced so people feel more comfortable in those areas. We also worked to get information out to businesses regarding grant programs that were available during COVID, whether it was parklet grants, SBA loans, anything we could. At points, our staff even sat down with businesses to help them fill out those applications, so that way they could qualify to get the assistance that was available to them. And then finally, the Downtown Fresno Foundation, which is our separate 501c3 arm. This is the part of our organization that gets to raise money to do special programming that we do that's outside of the PBID's normal efforts. We did raise $21,000 for our Stay Here business program, which is actually just now launching. That's being added to technical assistance programs and things like that, and is meant to help with business retention in downtown. We raised $25,000 for this year's Create Here program, and then of course the facade and mural grants, which I mentioned. Downtown Fresno Foundation also helped fund the Christmas tree that was at Mariposa Plaza. And then one of the important things I think Downtown Academy does that they don't get enough recognition for, our Downtown Academy program. This is where we have basically young professionals who are really interested in downtown and get to learn about how things work behind the scenes throughout downtown, whether it's private businesses, development, or even some of the inner workings of the city and the planning department and stuff like that. Our class from 2019 never got to finish due to the pandemic, so we were finally able to finish that class last summer, and we were able to start our new class, Class 9, currently have 29 students in that. We were also able to raise money to pay for scholarships for some of those students, so they didn't have to pay out of pocket to participate in that. And that money goes to basically providing for their dinners, and also they do a class field trip every year that takes them to another city to see how their downtown operates, so that way they compare and can bring notes back and how they can apply it to ours. And each class does a special project, and I know the current class is working on improvements for Dickey Park to the basketball courts there. So it's a really great program. We're happy to have it. So. And that's pretty much my report. One last thing I want to say is Beautify Fresno event this Saturday for the Great American Cleanup. I hope everyone could come out to downtown, whether for the cleanup or afterwards. So any questions?
I do have some comments. Just a couple of points, Council President. I just want to make the council aware that parking is now becoming an issue in downtown with a lot more small businesses operating the brewery district. Each time we do something in the parking garages and the meters parking, for every action, there's an equal or greater reaction to somebody else being impacted. And parking is, going to be the tool that helps downtown, grow and be successful, or is going to hinder growth. And just as a reminder, parking has an impact on small businesses. So whenever we adjust rates and the parking meters are too high, nobody's going to stop by and have a drink or eat some food when parking is more expensive than the meal. Whenever we want new housing downtown, if there's not available parking in parking garages, the new housing cannot occur because building a garage is a $20 to $40 million endeavor alone. And then events. Every time we have an event at Chachansey, that's a full house, we're seeing revenue in the small businesses nearby, completely tank. So Chachansey is making good revenue. City of Fresno, but based on our agreement, we don't get much of that. But the businesses that do pay sales tax, which we get all of it, are suffering when Chachansey's fees for parking garages are too high than customers are willing to pay, and therefore take up all the street parking and impact the small businesses. So just forewarning, I'll be very, very cautious on how we do parking. I know it took us a while to secure a parking manager, but we need to really make sure that the parking manager intimately understands how downtown operates, the impacts that they have, are talking to the downtown businesses, the partnership, before they roll out any new parking requirements. I think it's important for us as a city to really be concerned about the existing tenants before we start making commitments on parking facilities that may impact them. And then, in terms of priorities, you've heard me talk about the garbage compactor. It's not just because I like repeating myself, but it is a real problem. We also need to consider and look at changing our garbage agreements, master agreements with the companies. We're seeing too many businesses undersize their garbage bins. The current agreement don't allow the city to require upsizing of garbage bins. As a result, garbage bins are overflowing, and it just makes it easier for the homeless to go in and take everything out that ends up in the alleyway that we didn't have to pick up through code enforcement or beautify Fresno. So as we're renegotiating these garbage agreements, I really would like to see the language embedded that gives the city the authority to require upsizing when we see a clear record of too much garbage. We're seeing this a lot in apartment complexes and in businesses where buildings were not initially designed to serve that many, smaller businesses in one building. And then lastly, the artwork. I know it's been a challenge to return some of the artwork. I know we're working on different options, but if you've been to Art Hop in downtown, if you've been to an event downtown, the artwork plays a critical role. I know we brought that work in-house, where before it was done by an outside party. I like to start a conversation around whether it's time to return back to an outside party and let our public works team focus on what's on the ground. And they have plenty of work on the infrastructure side or across the city. I don't know whether it's worked out for the betterment of downtown to continue to have that in-house. So I like to have that conversation around the fountain maintenance that's taking place. I've seen too many fountains, offline, and I fully recognize that people vandalize them, and sometimes it's hard to get spare parts. All that's important, but I think if there was a company that specialized on this full time, they would be more responsive than Public Works, who has competing priorities and a lot of work to do. So
And
I'll start.
fountain maintenance. You said artwork, but you meant the fountains
Both
in-house.
artwork and the fountains.
Okay, we're not doing artwork in-house. That's why I was a little confused. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, artwork and we are doing graffiti removal on the artwork in-house. So that part is taking place. I've seen that being done by Public Works. Yeah, so just those kind of things, and the last point I'd like to make is the bike unit. Chief, I believe you're returning the downtown bike unit back. As you saw, crime went up as it did across the city, but the downtown stuff has continued to be a challenge. I'd really like us to think through, Chief and everyone, the biggest need I see for the police department in downtown is after the 8 to 5 office workers leave downtown, when people are coming in for the nightlife. I really want to see the downtown unit at that time and not have us rely on overtime for that night coverage when we know that that's the biggest demand.
Sure. To address those specific questions, we have a draft for our downtown safety plan, which was emailed to me this week. I'm reviewing it. It'll be presented to the city manager later on. I am working with the city manager and the mayor to double our downtown policing unit to be able to provide more bikes and also to be able to flex their hours so they can cover that coverage that you talked about. Right now, as it was alluded to earlier, what we've done is we've created a micro beat in the downtown area, which has a police officer assigned every single day, regardless of what our resources are for that night. So that's proving to be very helpful, along with cadets who are now constantly patrolling the downtown area. That seems to be helping right now. So we're going to continue those efforts along with our downtown public safety plan.
Great. And in the future, I know we've pulled, and you have the responsibility to reallocate bodies based on the crime across the city, and I fully support you being able to do that. I do think going forward, though, if we just had the downtown unit focus after hours, in the daytime, there's like hundreds of cops in downtown Fresno, either because they're showing up to work or they work in the sheriff's department. There's plenty of public safety apparatus, 8 to 5. It's the after hours I'm concerned about. I don't want to have to pay for 2 units when we're trying to solve the issue of after hours. So just, I'll be looking at that plan closely, because I don't want to create a false sense of we'll have 2 units and then they get redirected because there's competing, violent crime somewhere else. I'd rather just focus on the after hours coverage. I think the downtown partnership has security guards too that they use. And again, we have a lot of officers downtown in the daytime, just naturally. So it's the after hours that we really need the help.
Yeah, duly noted. I would like to clarify something that our downtown policing unit, our bike officers are some of the most effective that we have in the city. As a matter of fact, just this week, we had an active shooter in the downtown area, which they were able to apprehend within minutes. And that was part of it was our downtown policing unit. So they're extremely effective. pound for pound, they're probably some of those the most valuable in the city because they're very, very proactive. So if you can imagine, if we're able to double that unit and then spread them out through longer periods of time, they're going to be that much more effective.
Yeah, and I'm really concerned about the time that the business is closed is where most of the vandalism on the artwork and most of the vandalism on the business occur. It's that, 1 in the morning till 5 in the morning and before the downtown workers return. It's that span of time that we seem to be having coverage.
All of that is a concern. For me as police chief, all of that is a concern. But what happened the other day was right in the middle of the day, I believe 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, and that was a violent crime where somebody was shot in downtown Fresno midday. So that has to be my number one priority, but I want to cover everything else. I want to cover the tower, and we have plans to do that.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you, Jimmy, for your presentation, and those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, see no other questions. Move
So
on to the
again, I
next.
just want to thank council and Jimmy for his patience, sitting through a meeting and a meeting and a third. And then to Councilmember Aris's comment, we are really working hard on the parking aspect of it. Let me just say this is a great time. It's a great time the other week to have Hamilton playing in and around the convention center area and have a baseball game going on. And we're going to feel that again next Thursday when we have Art Hop, a baseball game, and an event at Soroyan. So we've got to find that sweet spot for those other folks in the middle, some of the shops. The difficulty with that really is that if I'm going to the baseball game and I see that that's a 15-minute, that I can park there at that meter, I might take up that meter and not go to Los Panchos, right? And have my dinner and then go to the ball game. And that robs Los Panchos of that turning over of traffic. But we're looking for that sweet spot, and the great thing about these meters is we can zone them off down to a block radius. So we're trying to get to that sweet spot.
And since you imagine, what I've seen in those concerts at Chancey when they have 10,000 people, folks will park 5 blocks away to avoid paying the $60 in the parking garage. And that's where they have a huge impact because they're willing to walk to save the $40, even though they're going to spend $300 inside the concert on food and drinks. So that's one concern. And second concern is the spiral garage at the center of Fulton Street continues to be, in my view, the less well-maintained garage that we have in the city. You still walk in and you can smell the urine from whoever was there the night before, the day before. As we get our parking manager fully on board, I like to spend some time either in this body, in this platform, understanding what is the plan for upgrading those garages, what is the plan for maintaining those garages, because you're absolutely right. We're now at that pinnacle where there's a lot more activity and a lot more use, which is good. I mean, 2 years ago, we were looking at people spinning donuts on top of the garage every weekday and evening.
Right.
Now those garages are being filled, and the complaints I'm getting about is the experience, the cleanliness, those kind of, customer service kind of concerns, which is a better type of concern.
I will say that ACE has really stepped up, particularly as we've moved into the baseball season and adding additional porter service and ensuring that on nights that we do have events, that it does get that cleaning before, during, and then the attention during the event and then after the event for the next morning. So, and that's a result of the partnership working with our office and the special events team and the Grizzlies to ensure that every time we in ASM, every time we have an event, that they understand the impact of parking and the experience.
All right, any further discussion, this workshop?
Thank you, Jimmy, and good luck with the upcoming renewal of the PBID.
All right, next workshop is going to be on the citywide park ranger program.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council, Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director. With me today, I've got Chief Balderrama to introduce our citywide park ranger program. So, Brandon, do I have to move this? There we go. So the citywide park ranger program is a part of the Fresno Clean and Safe Neighborhood Park Transaction and Use Tax, known as Measure P. In Measure P, we have the expenditure plan 7-1506, and in that expenditure plan, we have 6 certain specific areas. We refer to them as buckets. You guys have probably heard that terminology before. Expenditure Plan 1, improving and maintaining safe, clean neighborhood parks and playgrounds, is where the Park Ranger program will be funded and where that money will come from. Park Ranger program will ensure the safety of our users. The city's park rangers will patrol Fresno's neighborhood and regional parks on foot, bicycle, off-road vehicles, and they'll work jointly with the Parks Department. The park rangers will also support and engage the community in activities within our parks and facilitate environmental awareness and educate on the proper use of city parks. So with that, there really won't be an enforcement piece per se. We will be there to engage along with PD and enforce the rules and policies, oversee special events and things of that nature. So,
Director, they
Yes, sir.
can enforce criminal behavior, code violations from folks.
Correct.
That sort of thing, is that?
Correct, and then Chief will get more into that, but they'll have direct communication to sworn officers, so that direct line of communication will be there. So the Park Ranger proposal the Park Rangers will provide the community the opportunity to enjoy a safe and enjoyable park environment through positive community relationships and engagements. This thing skipped. Park Rangers will ensure patron safety by conducting perimeter and interior foot patrols of our parks, skate parks, gymnasiums, community centers, and other parks facilities. One of the other things Park Rangers will be involved in will be our citywide special events, such as Easter, which just recently passed, concerts in the parks, any type of special sporting events. That's something there that we will engage our Park Rangers in, as well as the park usage of permits, reservations, and being kind of the eyes and ears of the parks there. So the unlocking and locking of restrooms is another key function of the Park Ranger. Just wanted to go over the citywide park inventory. I know you guys have seen these numbers before, but just to kind of give you, again, just an idea of the scope of work that the Park Rangers will be covering. Pocket parks, and these are the parks that are half acre up to an acre, typically serve small areas. We have 22 of those throughout the city. Neighborhood parks, these are your 2 to 10 acre parks. There's 43 throughout the city. And this is more of like a neighborhood identity. You'll see focal points for surrounding neighborhoods. Oftentimes they'll have a multi-purpose room or a hall of some sort. Community parks, we have 4 of those. Those are larger 10 to 40 plus acre sites. A lot of times you'll see the community centers here and large program for outdoor activity. And then of course we have our 3 regional parks. Those are 42 up to 1,000 acres. And those are going to be your Roding Park, Woodward Park, and the sports complex. At this point, I want to transition over to Chief Paul Durama. He will go through some of the details and some of the programs that the Park Rangers will be covering on the PD side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I go into the details, I just want to say that we didn't just come up with this. My staff did quite a bit of research and compared other cities in California that already have a park ranger program to determine the best cost-effective program for our community. So Deputy Chief Burke Farah headed this research, but it was Lieutenant Jordan Beckford who really did most of the heavy lifting on this. So here you can see a cost breakdown as far as not just only calls for service for the last year, but also annual cost to repair parks facilities. As you can see from 2018, it's been progressively getting a little bit worse and going up. Although this year we're on pace to have less costs and damage than last year. So this kind of goes to show you how many calls, 911 calls go to police. A lot of these can be handled by the park rangers at the various parks. Right now, since we don't have a park ranger classification, what we do, the most comparable position is our community service officer 2, and these consist of unarmed personnel. The reason I really like this classification until we can come up with a new PCN, a new classification for the city, is the fact that our CSOs currently process crime scenes. They can take reports. They give folks information. They can do all of that. They can even write basic citations. The only thing that they cannot do, we discourage them from doing, is actually making arrests because they're unarmed. So what we want them to do in these cases is to obviously, bring a violation to the awareness of a person, and if they need us, they're going to have police radios so they can communicate directly with us, and we can get an armed police officer there at the scene. The uniform will be very similar to the CSO uniform. I'm very big into uniformity, obviously, and we already have a uniform that is adequate. Although since they're going to be outside in the parks, theirs is going to be toned down just a little bit. It's going to be similar color, but during the summer, as you all know, Fresno tends to be very, very hot, so we want them using, wearing shorts and something that's comparable to the weather.
But they won't, Chief, they won't be carrying weapons, right?
They will not have firearms, no.
Will they be carrying anything?
They'll be carrying a police radio.
That's it, just a radio?
Do they have OC spray? Yes. Okay, they are trained in OC spray, so they have pepper spray on them that they can use for their defense. But again, this is just to protect themselves. We really don't want them to try to make an apprehension on a felony crime because it puts them in danger. We want them to call dispatch
Chief,
and have a
I just have one request, and I read your presentation yesterday, and then I went to my community meeting in Tower, and I explained to them about the ranger proposal, and their recommendation as a community was, instead of wearing blue, they would like them to wear green, because it's associated to a park, and they're able to differentiate when real police show up, because you're typically the blue uniform. So that's their recommendation as community members, is they like to see folks dressed in green to associate them to the park site staff versus when police show up.
I don't mean to disagree with you, but currently the CSO uniform looks like a police uniform. Okay, when my CSOs show up to scenes, they are respected. People adhere to their instructions because they think they're cops. The last thing I want to do is mark my rangers with green uniforms to where they know that they're not real police officers, and that could put them in danger as well. I don't mind considering, and this is still open, no final decisions have been made, considering some type of designation that shows that they're park rangers. At some point, they will have their own classification, and we'll be able to tell the difference. But my main thing is that they respect the patch and the badge that they wear, because they will have badges, and just be subject to the authority of the city.
Yeah, good deal. That's a feedback from residents. So I'm sure you'll get more feedback as you roll this out.
Sure.
And just keep in mind that these are parks. We want there to be a presence of security, of safety, but also to be differentiated from officers who are carrying weapons and are prepared to act.
I understand. Thank you. When you come to vehicles, obviously some of the smaller parks, they're going to be on foot. They can engage with folks. This is a very police community relations type of style of policing. But also for your bigger parks, we've selected a hybrid pickup truck that has a lot of uses. Number one, it gets them to the bigger parks like Woodward. They have to have a vehicle. There's no way they can cover that big park on foot or even on a bike. But in some of your medium-sized parks, the electronic bikes or the e-bikes that they call them, have been very successful with our bike unit. So that's something that we really like, because they can cover a lot of ground. And in the hot sun, obviously they're outside. We don't want them overexerting themselves.
Hey, Chief, on that point, why not just go electric vehicles? Since the vehicles, even hybrids, typically are idling and they're burning, fume, and you're in a park. I know we have plenty of electric models now. They're not going to be going in, 50-mile kind of journeys in a couple hours. Have you looked at why not just do electric
We
vehicles?
actually did, and again, this is the first proposal, so it's still very open to a lot of recommendations. We had a meeting not too long ago with our city manager to try to reduce fuel costs, because gasoline is over $6 a gallon. So that is something that we considered, because these don't need to be pursuit rated or high performance vehicles in any way. And that's where we looked at the hybrid, because they're at the parks, we want to be green, but also availability is a big issue.
When they're idling, the way I understand it, they're on battery, correct? They're on battery when they're idling.
No, I've owned a dozen of them, and I can tell you that the engine does kick on when they've been on for a while and there's no battery charge. But the reason I ask is some of our regional parks like Woodward, they have charging stations. And the big picture for us is to have charging stations at all the parks. And, it'd be nice to be able to have an actual parks vehicle being charged, and also, demonstrate by example. So
we can take a look at that.
Yeah, we're talking
Thank you for your
future now.
recommendation. I think it is something that we looked at initially, because we want to keep the costs down, and fuel costs is part of that. So going to the next slide. Basically, what we would do is, so we're talking initially 20 of these positions, which would be evenly distributed in the districts. Now, this is very important for PD because we want continuity of operations. If we completely separate these folks from our police staff, there's not going to be as much communication. They need to know on a daily basis in our briefings what the issues are in a certain park, what type of activity happened the night before, if there was theft. All that type of information is typically shared at our briefings. So we want them to be part of that district. So they would be distributed through the 5 policing districts. They would be supervised by a police sergeant, and that's how we would spread them out. Obviously, in your bigger parts, you would need more coverage, and we would adapt as that comes along. One of the things that we want to do is we really want to keep tight metrics on this, because if we all of a sudden, if we happen to see that there's more of a demand in a certain part of the city because there's more parks or there's more issues at those parks, well, then we have to adapt our staffing to cover that. Any questions on that? Also, the overlap days will be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which obviously are days which the parks are utilized the most by people in our community. So as far as the cost analysis, you know, the salary of a step 2 CSO is basically a little bit of, well, almost $73,000. That's with benefits. So it's actually down to about $54,000. And there is an initial startup cost for the equipment of $5,200. And I don't have my numbers here. Let's see. The 1.5 million, that is annually for the whole program. We also have costs there for the 10 vehicles, the 10 Mavericks, and the 2 Polaris Rangers, which is we're still getting bids on those, and also the e-bikes on there. So the initial startup cost is 2.1, but I think we did the math the other day. The annual cost was somewhere around 1.54. So once we buy the vehicles and we have them, it comes down significantly annually.
Chief, may I also confirm with the city manager, we currently have a security contract, I think, for the regional park still. That contract would go away, correct, since we have our own rangers?
We do, Councilmember. We have them patrolling our regionals, correct.
So that contract would go away once we have these plans rolled out?
That would be the plan, correct.
Great, thank you.
And I found my figures. It would be $1.57 million per year after the initial startup costs of the vehicles and the equipment.
Let's let them get to the presentation, and then we'll ask questions.
That's our last slide, so if there's any
All
questions.
right. So Councilmember Maxwell punched up, and then Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you, Chief and Director, for the presentation. I do have a few questions, so just bear with me. You mentioned the overall annual cost, $1.57 million. What's the total allotment for that Measure P bucket on an annual basis?
Ooh, that number keeps moving on us a little bit, but
Out of the 38 million, what's it?
it's the 46% of.
It's 46% of
Correct.
38 million. Is anybody good at math? Be a little under
million.
16.
And correct, and a portion of that,
19.
remember, Councilmember, is highest needs as well.
Okay. So they can't enforce criminal law, and they're not going to enforce code violations either.
So they can enforce code violations. So if somebody has, for example, a glass bottle at a park that they shouldn't have, they can, hey, you can't have that here. They can also issue a citation. They can take police reports, which is going to help PD as a whole. If somebody's car gets broken into, you don't have to call out a police officer or CSO. That park ranger can handle that. If they need further assistance or transportation, then they can call somebody from PD. The only thing that I'm very cautious of is just protecting our personnel. And if there's a violent felony crime, we want them to be great witnesses, but we don't want them to intervene because they simply don't have the equipment. They're not trained police officers. They're a park ranger.
I get you on that, Chief. I'm just wondering if there was an opportunity to have them at some point actively cite code violations. I mean, our code enforcement team does stuff like that, and they're not armed either.
Yeah, so my understanding is lower end violations, they can write citations, but since DC Farah was the one working on this, I'll let him answer that.
Okay, thank you.
We've done that in cooperation with the fire department on our fireworks joint operations, where we've had fire inspectors who are not sworn law enforcement officers come out and issue citations under the code as well. So you don't have to be a sworn police officer to issue a code violation.
So
These
that
folks
will
will
be a
able to do that.
permissible duty of these park
Sure.
rangers?
Yeah, again, under the caveats of officer safety.
Sure, understood.
So basically, nonviolent misdemeanor code violations, they can issue citations.
And these will be 20 positions dispersed over 7 council districts or 5 police districts?
5 policing districts. It's a lot easier for continuity of operations, information sharing, crime trends, for us to divide them up by the policing districts.
Okay, so most of my council district overlaps with Northeast, which I think is entirely encompassing of Councilmember Bredefield's district. So if we have 4 officers total between Councilmember Bredefeld and my district, what's the plan for dispersing those folks? Is it a routine cycle through the same parks? Is it different day by day, week by week?
Yeah, so the plan basically is to work with the parks on the current issues that are going on and deploy those park rangers appropriately. Obviously, Woodward Park has different needs on different weekends, different events. We put a heavier presence out then. Plus, this is also a citywide resource. So, for instance, on Easter Sunday, we know we need to be at Rhodey, and we know we need to be at Woodward. You know, we're pretty sure some of those other parks can probably let go that day. It's important to keep them in the policing districts because that keeps us from creating a whole new bureaucracy of supervision above the park rangers.
I get that, DC, but my concern is my district overlaps with Northeast, which includes Woodward Park, which is going to be a very high needs park, but I'll have the same amount of officers to work with as, you know.
Well, again, you have to take in the context of the Northeast district. So, for instance, we have 5 policing districts. They pretty much have the same volume of calls for service, right? We've tried to spread out our districts in that manner, and we'll have to take a look at the parks individually, and as we add parks and enhance parks and change parks, that's going to be fluid. And like the chief said, that staffing number can be fluid as well.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that the Northeast folks don't get consistently tied up at the larger parks like Woodward. Understand they'll be needed there on larger events, but want to make sure that the other smaller parks are receiving, you know, equitable time with these rangers as well.
And again, that's going to be based on demand and calls for service. And
but again, a larger park is probably going to drive more calls for service.
It
than
probably
a
is.
smaller park, right?
Yeah, and we also know that there's more green space on the north end than there is on the south end. So we're going to have to take a look at the load and see what happens.
Councilmember, we're just starting out with a brand-new program.
And I want to make sure we.
I hear
find
you.
ways to-
We'll have to make adjustments. You know, we're learning as we go, something we've never done it before. And I think we're committed to making sure, you know, the goal is to make sure that we have service across the entire city. So I hear you. And we'll, you know, like I said, I'm sure brand new program, never done it before. We'll have to make tweaks and adjustments as we go along.
I understand that. That's why I'm just trying to understand best as possible how we're going to start off the program in anticipation of some of those tweaks we'll have to make down the road. My last question is flood control district. Are those green spaces covered by this program when we have, you know, the summer months, the dry months under city usage?
Correct, yes, yes, sir. They are covered under those operational periods from May 1st through October 31st when they're under our jurisdiction. So they are included in the numbers that were shown in the inventory.
Okay. That was all my questions. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, Aaron, the program that we had initially had where people were patrolling the parks, was that in overnight that they were also patrolling, or did they stop before midnight?
Are you referring to the park attendant program or the park rangers?
No, the one that's in existence now.
So our park attendants, so they're
Yeah.
working our typical park hours. So they're working till about 8 o'clock p.m.
Okay.
during the kind of the daylight
So then
savings.
they're done.
Correct.
Okay, and that's why the park rangers would then replace them.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted.
Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. A couple questions. To Member Maxwell's concerns, I have 2 regional parks in my district. I don't know if they're officially in the same police district or not, Roding and Southwest. Is that the case?
Yes, it is.
So Roding is clearly busy all the time. It's going to need staffing. It has 1 million people a year coming to the zoo. Break-ins occur. Southwest Regional is more of a entertainment kind of venue. I drive by in the daytime during the week. In the weekends, it's practically ghost town. It's empty. If you're not there for a softball tournament or a concert, there's nobody there. How do you guys plan to handle the distinctive difference, like Southwest Regional, Granite Park, that are more like Chichansi, you know, stadium, they're designed for events, versus a neighborhood park like Woodward, even Roding, where people in the neighborhood go to barbecue and be there for the day?
I think the way we do it is the same way we do police work. You know, every neighborhood's different, and we have differences in downtown, we have differences in residential neighborhoods, we have differences in apartment buildings and in housing tracts. And we're pretty good at the police department at flexible moving our resources. This is an additional resource on top of policing that's going to help us provide better quality calls for service and a quicker response. So this is a new program, like City Manager said, and it is something we're going to have to check out. Will 20 be enough? I don't know. I don't know. It depends on what level of service you want to give them the parks. If we're going to have park rangers involved in leading events and crafts and tours and those kinds of things, then we may need more staffing and more personnel. On the other hand, if this is strictly a patrol and report and deal with security issues, then maybe 20 will be enough.
So just for my comfort, it's not like you're going to start the program and say, you shall, be at Southwest Regional 8 hours a day at the expense of Frank H. Ball or, Tubman Park, where those are people that are actually, it's an active park.
Yeah, we've never policed that way. Fire department doesn't deploy that way, and I don't see park rangers deploy that way either, sir.
Okay, and then my second question is, I have 4 community centers in my district. What's going to be the role of park rangers in community centers? Are they going to be an active role? Because I know right now, if I go to the community center, some of them are operated by nonprofits, others are like Tetsi Wells by Parks Department. Are we going to have an additional park ranger at those community centers because they're considered park facilities? Or are they going to continue to operate the way they are and then, focus the rangers in actual neighborhood parks where there isn't on-site staffing?
I can take a stab at that.
You don't have to have an answer, just food for thought. I've been at Tetsi Wells. You have a lot of staff there. I can see a park ranger in the after hours. I can see that on Mary Allen Brown too. Daytime, everybody's at school, not the best use of staff. I'd rather see them, deployed in other places needed. So just keep in mind the community center component to all this work.
Will do.
Forgot to mention earlier, I am actually excited about the program. I think it will be a good thing for our city. I think it'll be a good thing for our parks. Obviously, I have some concerns as we implement it, and I'm sure we'll work through those as we go along. But I think it'll be a great program. So thank you, guys.
Councilmember Soria?
Yeah, I want to echo those words. I think that this issue now, we've been talking about it for about 4 or 5 years. I think even prior to Measure P, in looking for ways to alternatively make sure that our parks are safe. So I'm glad that now, one, we have some dollars, and two, that you guys are put a lot of time and research into developing something that fits for our city. And so I'm grateful and equally excited about that. The only thing that I want to make sure is that I know it's going to, from what I'm hearing, kind of supplement, right, what is already happening, or at least it'll allow now police to take care of other calls versus some of the low level kind of calls that you get that are in the park. So I'm glad about that. I just want to make sure that while I understand that the regional parks have some heavy activity, that those parks that are a little bit more challenged, maybe like a Quigley Park, doesn't lose out from some of the bigger parks. So that's a point that I just wanted to make. And then I would agree to some degree on some of the comments that were made by one of my colleagues about the uniform. I understand, Chief, your perspective about people respecting the law enforcement and the badge and so forth. As I was kind of looking, just Googling city park rangers across not just California, but the state from cities, and they all kind of have similar uniform in terms of they look more kind of, when I think of a park ranger, I think of Smokey the Bear. If you guys all remember that from the National Forest. And so I think that that it would behoove us to kind of keep that theme, because that's what it is, right? And I get it, it's an extension of the work that you guys do, just to a different degree. So I would hope that you would be open to that, because I think that the model has worked across the nation when it comes to park rangers. It's been proven, right? That's what cities are doing. That's what our federal government has done. And so I just want to make sure that you just kind of stay open to that idea as you guys are
Definitely
developing.
open to that, although my concern is effectiveness and efficiency. And for example, since you brought up Smokey the Bear, they have a certain style hat, which is very traditional across the country. Well, that's not conducive to ride an e-bike. I need them with baseball caps and also the headgear so they can protect them. So, I mean, with those considerations, I just want them to be useful for an urban setting, because that's where they're going to be. I mean, they're not park rangers at Yellowstone National Park.
Yeah.
They're here in the inner city. But your point is duly noted, and frankly, we want to meet the needs of the community. And their expectations too, and frankly, we want to exceed their expectations. And my hope is that this program is, number one, very, very, very much cost effective, because it's a lot more expensive to have a police officer in this role than a park ranger, but also that we're providing that quality of service. We want them to be engaging. We want them to go up to folks that are having picnics out there and engage with them and say, hey, this is your city providing this service. Is there anything you need? Hey, let me inform you on the park hours. Let me inform you what you can and can't do. So it's a very engaging, friendly environment. But we also want to protect them, and we don't want to send the image in this community, which has its violent crime issues, where they're disrespected or looked at as glorified security officers. We don't want that either. So there's a balance there somewhere.
There's a balance, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think those are all my comments. So thank you for the work that you guys both all put, Parks and then the police department, folks in the back, for all the heavy lifting you guys did in making sure that the folks up front had all the information they needed to put it forward. Thank you.
Anybody else? I don't see anyone punched up. Okay, all right.
Thank you, folks,
Chief.
and let's
Thank you, guys.
get the park rangers moving.
That's the plan.
That's going to conclude our.
Council President,
Yes.
could I just make one little quick comment before we
Please.
adjourn? So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that H. Spees is going to be retiring from the city, and we won't be meeting again, the council won't be meeting again before he departs. So as we've heard through public comments, he has been assailed by members of the advocate community at times, which has been very unfair. You can say whatever you want about people, but H is a very compassionate and committed human being to this city. So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't, leave today to thank him for his service to the city. He's been on the front lines in a very, very difficult line of work. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that, and thank H. I'm pretty sure he's not paying attention to this, but I just wanted to say thank you to him for everything that he's done. He certainly has set a good foundation for us to take to the next level. I'm very thankful for his service. So thank you, Council President.
City Manager, I do want to say that H had the second toughest job these last couple of years. The council had the toughest job responding to the unprecedented pandemic, and H had the second hardest job, which is housing thousands of homeless residents in the middle of a pandemic. So kudos to him, and wish him the best in retirement.
I just want to also thank H for his work and wish him well on his next adventure. But he had probably one of the most difficult jobs here in the city of Fresno, and not just with the homeless issue, but working with a lot of the stakeholders. I think oftentimes is a little challenging, because I think everybody has the same goal, but we just have different ways of accomplishing that goal. So I just want to say thank you, express my gratitude on behalf of Southeast Fresno, where he did a lot of work, and just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. So we will be adjourning today's meeting, as noted in the beginning, in memory of Shannon Wong Linglo. And we will be headed to closed session. We're going to start closed session on Zoom. And City Attorney, if you could read off those items.
Yes, in closed session, we have existing litigation, City versus Kevorkian, that's the Trails End case. Also, real property negotiation concerning Ruelas That's the Selland property and also evaluation of city attorney. I would not expect any announcements afterwards.
All right, meeting adjourned.